There will be some pictures up here in a second. Of course, the audio proves nothing, but those all that little popping stuff, I don't know what that is. But the very loud objects you hear are rocks hitting the tree, rocks and sticks hitting the tree next to my tent at such a force that I could feel them bouncing on the ground next to me. And the thing is these are lodgepole pines, and this is a very, very old area. There are no limbs for, I don't know, 20 feet up. There were no elk tracks. There's only ground squirrels. And I know exactly where these objects had come from. And it was an old fire pit that was up on the ledge behind us about, I want to say 30 yards, 40 yards away. But it was nailing that tree, and I could feel these things bouncing around on the ground next to me. And I know there was nothing there the night before because this place is so dry, and I had cleaned the area before I put my tent down. So that happened 6 days later, and at dawn. And then when the birds really started chirping, then I knew I was okay, and I got out. And the guys never heard it, but it was all on audio, so scared me to death. The first episode didn't scare me. It was when I went back that I got scared. So, but anyway, that's my presentation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. If you have any questions, hit me up. I hope I didn't go too long.
No, you're fine, Shelly. Actually, you got a couple minutes, and we had some technical difficulties. We are still streaming live on YouTube.
Okay.
We are now officially streaming live on the State of Bigfoot website. So if anybody's watching on YouTube that couldn't get onto the website and watch the video live from there, we are live there now. I want to thank Shelly Covington, Montana,
for her
time and all the information that she gave us. And please take a look at Citizen Science and check that out. If I have this right, is www.citizenscience.org.
It's CitSci, C-I. Let me look and CITSCI.org. CitSci, and there's a lot of websites out there that are geared in citizen science, but that one is my favorite for the kind of things we're doing.
Step out of there and type in Wolf Creek one more time. Yeah, lots of information. If anybody was interested in getting involved in this, those are the links to follow. And anybody can get involved in this, from kindergarten all the way through. You know, It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. Everybody can do this.
Oh yeah, and it gets you into the momentum of properly collecting data. So if you're engaging in just something like caterpillars in your garden, once you get to, say, you do get some Bigfoot evidence, you're going to already be practiced in what you need to collect, how you need to collect it, what's important, to what you're doing. So it just, like I said, it puts you in that mindset, and you start to read the environment in a whole different light. It's just fun.
Right. It is fun. And really, you're out in the woods, you're practicing social distancing, and it's a great thing. You get out there, get some exercise, get some fresh air, and help the science community out by doing, respectful, positive research.
Well, it gives your work purpose. It gives you it gives the work the purpose, where when you talk about how you're going about it and what you're collecting, it interests people of all, of all educations and spectrum. They're like, oh, well, I'm probably the coolest thing ever is when my children tell all of their worker people and their friends and that their mom is a Bigfoot hunter. Well, I'm not a Bigfoot hunter, but whatever. Their friends are like, oh wow, that's cool. But then when my children start to go into the aspect of what I do and how I go about it, then they become extremely interested, because they're like, oh wow, she's for real. She really does want to do this, and she really is looking for answers. And so yeah, it gives for me, it gives what I'm doing in my work true purpose, and it justifies a whole lot for me, because I'm learning a lot about a lot of stuff, not just Bigfoot.
Right.
It keeps
right.
busy.
And that's the nice thing about all of this stuff that you guys are doing. Like, you guys are really, setting it out there and scientifically creating, data that can be tracked and followed and added to. And it's amazing work that you guys are doing. I applaud all of you guys for all the work that you do. And
well, thank you.
It's awesome.
It's fun. It's awesome. It's like you said, anybody can get involved. Nothing better than having a group of kids. And that was another thing I was going to suggest to people is, volunteer for your local state parks. Sometimes they're looking for people to do interpretations for whatever it may be, teaching kids how to fish, taking people on nature trails, talking about prints or tracks, the local wildlife. Get yourself involved with those type of people and surround yourself with people like that. And then information starts to come to you that, oh, wow, well, I never told anybody, but I've had a Bigfoot encounter, that kind of information. Oh, wow, I know a scientist, Shelley, that is doing some work on this project, and he's had an encounter. Those kind of things happen, so it opens a lot of doors. Did we have a question?
I have kind of a comment, and maybe Jason and Scott might chime in on this as well, but you mentioned scavenging. I think human origins, they think that that's how we started. We scavenged rather than hunted. And then also that helped with our brain size and growth, and that's how we got smart. But I mean, you can look on TV any day of the week and watch Naked and Afraid. They're out there, they're eating whatever they can because they're hungry. I would too. So they're eating dead stuff. I mean, look at Les Stroud. He does stuff like that. Bear Grylls. When you're in a situation where you need food, you're going to scavenge. I mean,
right.
Scott, Jason, do you guys have anything to add to that? Being anthropologists and all?
I remember in school we talked about that a lot, about being scavengers first, of course. But one of the things they said, that humans weren't the toughest thing in the woods at the time. We're out on the plains. We were the weakest. And a lot of times when it came to scavenging things, we were the last ones picking at the pile. So, the only thing left was like bones, basically. But we learned how to break the bones open and eat the marrow. The marrow is so high in protein that it grew our brains. And that's what helped us evolve that we are today, is that bone marrow and the high protein.
It's really gross is when I was a kid, I would eat the marrow out of chicken bones. Is that normal?
I still do.
Oh, do you?
Do it. Yeah. It's good. It's a delicacy. You know that, right?
Yeah. I haven't done that since probably 1974. But
dinner tonight.
I do it, but I eat slugs too, so
with lots of seasoning.
Those were rough. I mean, they were fine, but I won't do it again. You know. It was funny. It was a dare, I guess. I don't know. But I'm glad I did it, but I won't do it again. Unless I have to, but I doubt it.
All right, so real quick, during my technical difficulties, I didn't lose anything, but my live stream on YouTube switched from one channel to and stopped halfway through and then started up on a new one. So if there's anybody out there watching on the website or what have you, I encourage you to go back to YouTube and find our channel again, and we'll use that chat window for questions and everything for our guests and speakers today. Apologize. It's a work in progress out here. I think we had some difficulties with the Wi-Fi, like patching in and out, but we've got it all worked out now, and
well, awesome.
hopefully we can get everyone back into the chat room. I had like 10 people watching, and it was super awesome, and I was like, oh, right on. We're building the group.
Yay. So.
You know, it's one of those things where it's trial and error. We're crash course in Zoom.
Yep, definitely.
So let's see, we have Jason back, and
Yay.
Shelly, again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You were amazing.
Oh no, thank you.
You were amazing, and I love you ladies. And thank you for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Like I said, I'm very humbled that anybody wants to hear what little me has to say. I'm just a simple girl from Texas trying to do the right thing. That's what I like to say, you know. I think the majority of people doing Bigfoot stuff are like us, you know. They're just trying to do it the way they think they should do it, you know. And I think the Bigfoot world needs those people.
Yes. We're not out to, track it down and put a bullet in it, to prove that this thing exists. It's mind blowing for me to think that there are people that go out specifically to try to find Bigfoot and shoot it to get physical evidence like that. I think that's crossing a moral line that we probably shouldn't cross. That's my opinion, but he's got feelings and soul, and why?
Well, I mean,
I was gonna say he's probably got a family too.
Exactly. Where I live, and the last sighting that I had was on property off on BLM land, probably 15, 20 miles from the California border, out in the middle of nowhere. And not only did I see it, but the guy that I was working with saw it. And then the man that owns the property proceeded to show us pictures. And I wish I could have gotten him out here. He's kind of a recluse and likes to hide out in his property. But he had pictures of 3 different sets of footprints in the snow. One of them being the adult male, the second being, I would guess, a larger female, and then an adolescent footprint. And they were definitely, the adolescent footprint was bigger than my footprint, and I wear a 10.
Wow.
Seeing those pictures in the snow were definitely compelling, because you could see the trail all the way up the side of the hill, and beautiful country out there in the middle of nowhere, totally secluded. And 300 yards above the house, or a little cabin, it's really a small little cabin, is a ridgeline that runs straight into the Red Buttes Wilderness area. And like I said, it's those ridgelines are highway, freeway access for Sasquatch to stay very far away from human contact. On that note, let's move this on a little bit. I'm cutting into Jason's time here. Shelly and Cindy, I thank you both very much.
Welcome.
Next,
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jason Wells up next, and I'm gonna move this around a little bit, and we'll get Jason up here. Jason,
Yep.
are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
All right, perfect. So up next, we got Jason Wells, and we're gonna hand it off to him and let him tell us everything that he's got.
Yep. Well, you were talking about how we aren't in the mood for shooting a Bigfoot. So my presentation about what caliber gun we should be using, I better push that aside. I'm kidding. I really was not going to present on that. I have no interest in offing a Bigfoot. I'm Jason Wells. Can someone nod and say they're hearing me? Okay, great. I'm Jason Wells. I have a degree in anthropology also. The only thing I do with it these days is Bigfoot related. By trade, I am a computer server network engineer. I am a researcher in the BFRO, though I would not say I spend enough time contributing to that organization as I do the Bend Bigfoot Research Group much more than any BFRO work. My interest in Bigfoot started, well, for most people as a kid, but in college it really turned a corner. And I was in a lab with Dr. Hall, and she showed us a skull of Gigantopithecus, and I might have made a comment about how it seemed like it was possibly the size of a Bigfoot skull. And she said, you really should talk to Grover Krantz sometime. And this was after he had spent some time at Oregon State, I guess. So she knew him, but he was already gone from there. And I never did. I never followed up. But if Carlos is out there, he was watching the original stream. He's a friend who actually got a study under Grover Krantz. So he's told me some good stories about that. But around that time, I was just talking to my friends on the side about what we would do to try to prove Bigfoot's real or Sasquatch is real. And we just had off the wall ideas sitting around the campfire type of thing. Never really did anything about it. And then I don't know how many years ago it was at this point, but probably 7 or 8, I joined a BFRO expedition and started to meet some people. And then the next expedition after that, I was asked to help identify a site. And just by looking at maps and areas that seemed possible for a Bigfoot, Sasquatch, we decided to go up and explore it, and decided it would be the place to hold the expedition. And the expedition started before I got there, and some people had some encounters. And while I was there, did have some encounters as well. But part of the point of this is this site didn't realize it has been notated in at least 2 very common books about Sasquatch. And after finding those out, I was just very, very surprised, but also it was, what's the word? Well, yeah, I totally lost the word, and my 50-year-old brain is not going to come up with it anytime soon, so I'll just move on. But it was nice to hear it. But my experience up there was my first actual Bigfoot experience, where some people had gotten some stomps and they had left the trail and came back to us and told us what happened to them. So I said, let's go. and grabbed a few people. We walked down to this location. We weren't going to go exactly where the stomps were happening, but we got into the area where it was, and a loud knock, similar to the ones we just heard from Shelley's recordings, about 75 feet from where I was standing, and we'd all just froze. It was the coolest thing I've ever experienced that time. And we, at that point, we just didn't know what to do. So we decided to take a few steps and stop. We agreed it was gonna be 1, 2, 3, stop. And I was the lucky one to be in front of everyone and walking that direction towards the knock. And after only about 6 steps, something scurried up the hill and possibly up a tree. Someone with it wasn't a FLIR, it was just a heat sensing thing I think they got at Home Depot. Showed they had something up in the tree at 75 degrees. And she wrote it off, saying, no, it's not really hot enough. It's not 98 degrees. And then years later, I was like, duh, of course, if it's covered in hair, it may not read as, full on temperature. And so maybe what it was scurried up the tree. But we then also around that time started to hear low grumbling below us, below the road we were on, and movement. So we were pretty excited, but then when things died down, we departed. And then another time, on another BFRO expedition, we were following up on a daylight sighting where some people had seen a tree go down and something run up, they said a hill, bipedal, dark. And like, all right, well, by 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, I think it was more like 4, yeah. We had gotten to this point in the forest and decided to go just lay down off the road on the moss, on the duff, and see if anything walked by. And a little bit later, across the road, we think we see some eye shine. And it was about 3.5 feet off the ground, and started to at some point after one of the guys came off the road, he came back in to get into the pile, and the eyes looked like they stood up, and they went to we measured the next day, 7 feet. And then it went up again and it looked like about 9 feet. And then it just disappeared. And the next day we saw at 9 feet, there was a tree that had been laying across, and either the eyes had turned or they'd just gone behind the tree. That would be a pretty tall one, but remeasuring the next day may not be perfectly accurate. But then I heard a step in the duff, and I see between 2 trees a shadow go by. And like I said, it's 4 in the morning. We've been out all night. And I said to myself, if that happens, if that's really a Sasquatch there, it's going to happen again at that other gap in the trees, because the sunlight's starting to show through the trees a little bit in the dawn. And sure enough, it happened again, and it happened a third time. And the next day we found a little bit of a dugout at the corner of an intersection on the side off the road that looked like something could have laid in there or spent time in there, sleeping or doing whatever. But there were some branches strung through some roots that couldn't have fallen into those positions. I had gotten a picture of them, drawn lines on them, and tried to really figure out how this could have happened without any kind of manual intervention, and had a few other people come down and take a look at it too. And one person who's been in the field for a while said it was the best wood structure he's ever seen, despite it not being spectacular like some of the ones people think they see in the forest that look like teepees or anything. It was just a little bit of weaving. But I keep going back to 4 in the morning. Did my mind tell me I wanted to see a shadow cross? Did my mind tell me I wanted to see those eyes? Did my mind tell me I wanted to hear those steps? So I'm a little skeptical on that. If I had seen that maybe at 11 o'clock at night, maybe I would have felt a little bit better about it. But later on, we decided we were going to walk back to the camp rather than take the truck. You know, it was a good long walk, but we came around the corner and stopped, and we saw what we thought was a Sasquatch in a field, and it looked like he was moving. And there was another one reaching over. You could see it looked like a sagittal crest on his head, and it was reaching over, grabbing something. And there was a bunch of them in this field. And just to cut it short and to get onto my real presentation is the sun started to come up and our eyes were fooling us, and they were stumps. They were moving in the dawn, but once the sun started to come up, there's a stump, there's a stump. Oh, that one's a stump too. And had a great laugh about it. But it really made me skeptical on what I see and what my mind makes me want to see. And then it also affects, unfortunately, when people tell me stories about it, about what they've seen, it's got to be really clear for me, or multiple pieces of evidence. And I think what Shelley was saying earlier about, gosh, it really resounded, but I'm losing it because I'm doing a presentation, I'm sure. But what's the real evidence? What are the facts? And what can you put along with it? If you see the tree structure in the forest, it's like, well, you know, yeah, sure, somebody could have bent those over and laid them together and slept underneath it. But do you have any other evidence that goes with it? Do you have hair that might be inside that you could get checked out? Or do you have tracks around it? Like those knocks that Shelley had, the tree knocks, or whatever was knocking, the rocks, as you said. You found a track. That's two pieces of evidence to put together that would make me believe that story. So thank you guys for talking about all that and letting me introduce myself and my skepticism on a lot of things. But my presentation is about what is a Sasquatch? And I know we don't have a lot of information about it. What Cindy presented gives us a lot of information about what apes, their behaviors are. And that's good knowledge we can use to help us maybe identify what a Sasquatch is. But I want to take a look at some of the existing evidence that we have. And I want you to think about what you know about Sasquatch versus what you believe, because what you believe may not be true. But what you know as facts is a fact. So keep those two things different. There are some things I believe about Sasquatch, but I don't want to say they're facts. But I will try to stick with some facts on this one, and we can try to narrow it down. And it's really written as a discussion because I've heard people say they think it's this, they think it's that. Well, what facts led you to that answer? Well, I don't have any. And that's exactly what I did. I used to, well, let me just start the presentation and we'll move on from there. All right, can someone nod and say they see the screen or thumbs up? All right, sweet. So yeah, what is Sasquatch? And I'm gonna keep my speaker notes up because it gives me a little head start about what the next slide is. I haven't done this in about a year. Well, I did it this morning, honestly. I ran through it and I made a slide change because I had a differing, I realized I was stating something that I felt was not a fact, and I wanted to gather some more information and make it more of a discussion point. But initial thoughts, you know, what all do you think Sasquatch is? Is it an early human? Is it Gigantopithecus? Is it a North American gorilla? Is it something else? I mean, some people think it's they're prisoners that are sent here from other planets. Could be. We sent prisoners off to, or the British sent prisoners off to Australia. So why couldn't aliens send prisoners here? I don't know, but I have no facts for that. So I'm not going to tell you that that's what Bigfoot is. What I used to tell people is that I believed it was a North American gorilla or a woolly gorilla. We've had so many woolly type animals during the Ice Age that why couldn't we have a woolly gorilla? But I didn't have any data to support it. That was just as valid as the prisoner theory. So I decided to gather information and use my anthropology background to try to put some of this together. So we'll talk about our ancestors and cousins, and we diverged, our ancestors diverged from the common ancestor of chimps 6 to 7 million years ago. Gorilla, common ancestor about 9 million years ago. Orangutan, 12 to 16. I think that number was a little different than Cindy's. You might have said 12 to 14 in years, something like that. But different research shows different years, and give or take a million years, I don't think will hurt anybody. But Ranopithecus and Dryopithecus, these are the two different lineages that are other lineages that have been thought Giganto could have come from. It's also thought they could have come from orangutan, but 14 million years ago, and there's supposedly no ancestors today. And this is going with some assumptions that Cindy discussed, that most likely Sasquatch is an ape of some sort. So it's a safe assumption to suggest that Sasquatch is a hominid and that it deviated from human sometime between now and 14 million years ago. So we can try to narrow it down with some of these discussion points. Let me take a look at the feet. 3.5 million years ago, there were Laetoli tracks. They showed some mid-foot flexibility. And we, from the current tracks that we look at today with Bigfoot, we see midfoot flexibility. Ours have become more rigid with an arch. So about 400,000 years ago, there was a footprint with an elongated heel that was narrow. And it still exhibited evidence of midfoot flexibility. But in China, 200,000 years ago, foot tracks started to look a lot more like there was an arch. So if there is a difference and there hasn't been a change in the foot morphology between human and Bigfoot, you could say that Sasquatch, a bad habit of calling it Bigfoot, even though it's pretty commonly used. I prefer to use Sasquatch, but slip. But the divergence before us was most likely 200,000 years ago or before. So there are a lot of other features to examine, and we'll continue to do that. Now this is the body shape. Homo erectus around 1.6 million years ago. It started to develop longer legs, shorter arms, and more human-like than ever before. And we recognize from some of the photographs and video footage that Bigfoot's arms are a bit longer and they hang down further. Legs, on the other hand, though, this is what I changed today on my presentation, is the legs aren't as short as I had documented before. And so they did develop some longer legs than, say, gorillas and orangutans and chimpanzees at some point. But I need to put more research into those changes and look at some estimates on the leg size compared to some of the earlier hominids. But Homo habilis 1.8 million years ago had human-like hind limb proportions, and that was believed to lead evolved from them doing more distance traveling. So I really didn't want to, originally I had this first graphic up here where it says, to that narrowed it down to say that they may have evolved from us before 1.8 million years ago. I might, I'm open to discussions on this. So if anyone has input on this or knowledge in this area to help feed this discussion, I'm all ears. But I might keep it, but I might also keep this other timeline where it really doesn't change it. But the arms, there is a difference in arm length that is pretty clear. So, like I said, open to hearing thoughts on this. The hands is another area that I want to spend some more time on. Their hands are very different than ours, and I want to spend some more time researching where in the human evolutionary bush, rather than a tree, did the opposable thumb and the pad in the hand start to develop. Because the thumb does appear to be more archaic, and as this slide says, it may represent a more primitive form of the hand, implying evolution in early humans did not come from a result of use of tools, but eating differently and food gathering. And there was a big change in that when we, around 5 million years ago. So these two are areas that I want to spend more time on to help with this discussion. So did it narrow it down? Right now, I'm going to say no, because it just demands more investigation on my part. But the data is there. You just need to put time into it for the presentation. But now if we look at technology, do we have any evidence of Sasquatch harnessing fire or building fires? We don't. It's known to have started in our family bush by Neanderthals about 800,000 years ago. What about stone tool creation? Not necessarily stone tool use, because we know a lot of hominids actually use tools, but they don't create tools as far as we know. If some new evidence came in to say they did, that would change this dramatically, and it would be awesome data to have. But rudimentary stone tools were being created 2.6 million to 3.3 million years ago. And it's probably an adaptation that would not be dropped. So with that, you could argue that no stone tool or no fire would suggest that Sasquatch diverged from, had a common ancestor with us over 3.3 million years ago. Now, is there more? There is more. The head, can a sagittal crest come and go? Some have suggested that there actually is not a sagittal crest in there, that it's hair, but we don't have a skull to prove it. But it is hypothetical that a sagittal crest could come and go on the skull based off of what they're eating. It really has to do a lot with the muscles connection to the jaw and what they're eating. So with that, though, if it really didn't, there was a beginning of a clear sagittal crest in a species called Paranthropus, and they were a more robust hominin back in, let's see, I have a date coming up here on the next slide. But quite some time ago. Oh, here it is, actually on this slide, 1.1 to 2.7 million years ago. But at a presentation from Jeff Meldrum, I mentioned them, and I gave him the 3 million year mark, and he was like, well, no, they were actually as recent as 750,000 years ago. So I haven't found any data myself that says 750, but it is pretty close to 1.1 million there. So does this narrow it down? No, it doesn't narrow it down any further, but it does support a divergence around that 3 million year ago mark from if you follow Paranthropus, who had a sagittal crest, who was from that time period of when they were not using fire or tools. Bipedalism. Now I state here, bipedalism developed as a singularity 6 million years ago, going up the hominin line. I say a singularity in the hominin line. I'm not saying penguins, birds, or kangaroos or anything. I'm suggesting in the great apes. We have no other great ape or ape that has been documented as bipedal. There was one back in the Miocene that was suggested that they thought for a while was bipedal, but further research showed that it was not bipedal. So if this data changes, it's a game changer for me, because it can bring back my hopes for it to be a North American woolly ape, or woolly gorilla. But right now, because bipedalism occurred about 6 million years ago, I have to say that a Sasquatch happened between or after 6 million years ago. So let's just move on with some more. There have been some suggestions of crossbreeding with Homo sapien, some stories. I would love to hear some more of those stories. I've read a few, one fairly recently, and every time I ask someone about it, they quote that same story. So I want to get back into finding more about this. Because I've heard a rough estimate of interbreeding successfully between species as a rough number, 2 million years. But there are a lot of genetic implications to consider here, because if the genes change, as I'll show you in a slide coming up, it could make it very difficult. And depends on the results of that breeding. There's an interesting piece coming up that we'll talk about. So we know that we intermixed with other hominid species throughout the last 6 million years. That's why we're so diverse. We've had Homo sapiens move out of Africa and intermix with Homo erectus and get good genes to survive different climates. There's some genes that helped some live at high altitudes. Interbreeding is good, but humans have one fewer chromosome pairs than the other great apes. So how did that change? Did that happen along after the common ancestor of the chimpanzees to humans, or did it happen? Or was it always one less, and then there was a split within all the other great apes? More likely, it would have happened once rather than to all the other great apes. A mismatched chromosome doesn't necessarily rule out breeding, but it would reduce the possibility of success. And an interesting point is, so those stories of Sasquatch human interbreeding does show that there was not a lot of success. But then again, there's not a lot of cases to support this part of the story yet. Sexual display, gorilla and gibbon show slight signs of ovulation. Chimps clearly show it. Humans, as we can tell, do not. And as far as we can tell, Sasquatches do not. But I don't think we have enough evidence there either to rule it one way or another. But it's another area to consider research in. So did that narrow it down any further? No, it didn't. But and I'm not going to make any changes for any credible evidence of interbreeding, because there's not enough of it. Because the 2 million mark is a ballpark. So if there is the ability to still interbreed, it's still possible, especially if we're sharing the same chromosome set, and can't guarantee that it would be successful. We don't have any other species currently that we can measure this on within our lineage. So the Giganto hypothesis. Why not? The skull fits. 9 million years ago, lived to pretty recent. Skull creation looks great, but it is believed to be up another branch. If you were to show me another hominin that walked bipedally amongst the orangutan lineage or Dryopithecus, I might start to support the Giganto hypothesis again. It is thought to be a knuckle walker. That was debatable. And while this next statement is contentious amongst the Bigfoot community, Grover Krantz was a Bigfoot believer before he rebuilt the Giganto skull. So could that have left or given him any leaning towards, I forget, some of you may be able to fill in with that, the hole underneath the skull is called where the spine goes in. But that was the area that was debatable, and Grover Krantz put it in one spot that led to bipedalism, and others questioned it and suggested it could have been further back and it could have been a knuckle walker. And he based it, as you can see on the darker spots here, off of a little bit of skull, which then leads, of course, to a full body. It's not unreasonable to do it, because if you have this big of a jaw, you're going to have this big of a sagittal crest or cheekbones, and you can start to build it up as he did. But I would love to see someone else who was not a Bigfoot believer try the same thing without any input from the previous data. So, you know, I said it a few times, if it was a Bigfoot, there would have to be another instance of bipedalism within the hominins, and we do not have that evidence. So my current hypothesis is that they have a body unlike the Homo lineage with the longer arms. You know, I'm pulling back on that one a little bit because of the legs and the similarity there. But a lack of stone tool creation, that's a big one for me. Visible sagittal crests, not so big for me because I think that can change. But bipedalism is the other big one. So you just really take those two things, and you take those two things, you make a really short presentation. But I think you can really box in the creature that we're seeing, and the lack of crossbreeding, lack of evidence really. But that really leads me to believe that it's diverged from a common ancestor of us after we had the common ancestor with the chimpanzees and the bonobos, and about 3.3 million years ago. Now, what was in that time frame? What lived? And there was the Paranthropus part of our family bush. And as I showed earlier, they did have a sagittal crest. They were a more robust hominid of that time. And they did live until possibly 750,000 years ago. Are we just missing the fossils between 750,000 years ago and today? Those fossils, I believe, were all found in Africa at the time. Homo sapien migrated out of Africa. Our ancestors in the family bush migrated out of Africa a number of times. So could Paranthropus have also done a migration out of Africa and gotten larger as they moved more north? And actually, that's it. That is what I've wanted to sort of answer these things for myself and try to figure out what Sasquatch is. And I took information that was, I believe, is more facts to try to narrow it down. And like I said, the two facts that really stand out are the stone tool creation and the bipedalism. And I do have some more time, and I want to talk about something else a little bit, and then open up for any questions if there are any. I would just like to ask, total different subject, that people who are out there doing research on their on Sasquatch, is that they respect their sites. We're trying to gather data on what this creature is doing, what it, just evidence that it's there, but treat those sites respectfully and try to use products that will biodegrade when you're out there. Like, I've seen sites that have plastic jars, plastic tubs, and they just turn it into garbage pits, and keep it clean, respect the Sasquatch's territory. In the past, I have not been one to try to hide the sites that I go to, but I am now. I went to a site recently where a lot of people's friends have been invited to, and it was a mess. Don't invite your friends. Try to stay secretive with it. And if you do take your friends, just go with them and show them the rules you have for your site, so you can preserve the evidence. I went to one of these sites with some friends, and we were invited, and one of the members of my group set up an experiment, and we decided, hey, we need to take pictures of this and share it with the actual primary researcher at the site. And I'm not sure that actually happened, but the primary researcher will never know if a Sasquatch set up this experiment or modified things. And just as they had set up an experiment, we saw something. A lot of people put out rocks, shiny rocks. A shiny rock was moved. I have no idea if that was part of the original experiment or not, or if someone else came in and just moved a rock. And walk in and walk away as efficiently as you can from your site, because if you're going in there and trampling all around, you might be tampering with existing evidence. No, I think Shelley said treat it like a crime scene. Be very careful. That's I guess all I gotta say right there. So thanks for listening to my speech for once, first, and then my rant second. So hand it back to you or ask any questions.
We just posted on the YouTube channel to see if you have any questions for Jason Wells. If you have any questions for Jason, please direct them to the YouTube channel chat window there. That's the fastest way that I'm going to be able to get these questions out to our guests today. I'd like to apologize again for the technical difficulties and everybody who's watching now, that with the technical difficulties, we had to swap over to another YouTube, a whole new live feed on there. So it's a work in progress. I've got 6 people watching us right now, and I haven't gotten any questions for Jason, except for
I have some comments I would love to talk with everybody about. Jason, you mentioned about possibly seeing what you want to see. So I have a little story on that. It's called, well, you guys all know it's pareidolia, where you see a face in something. And one time I was hiking by it wasn't Subtle Lake, Serene Lake. And I swear I saw like a chimpanzee face, like in the forest. And I had a friend walking with me. I said, what do you see up there? They're like, it looks like a chimpanzee. I'm like, okay, let's go investigate. And so there have been sightings in that area. And so I start walking towards a tree, and it was just shadows. It took me a while to get close enough to tell it was a shadow, but it was shadows. It wasn't a face. So that happened to me, and that was actually pretty good. And then you talked about tool making, which your presentation was awesome, by the way. I learned a lot. Yeah, the chimpanzees, they'll modify wood to make, spikes or whatever and kill things. But I like what you touched on, where if you have a skill, like with a tool, you're not going to drop it if it's useful. So I think you're correct. I don't think that they modify rocks. They might just grab a rock and just start, using it for whatever. Right. I don't think they're out there flint napping. Right. So you just don't drop useful skills. And yeah, I thank you for addressing that. I thought that was great. I had that in my presentation too, but I didn't really talk about it. So I'm glad you did that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? Nothing. We haven't gotten anything. It's real quiet in the YouTube chat room. I want to thank you, Jason, for your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Great presentation. You did wonderful. You were worried about time and
I filled it.
You filled it up. And it was very informative, and I appreciate your time. And I'm sure that we will meet sometime in the near future and actually be able to shake hands maybe
Right.
elbows.
Yeah, we'll go skate.
Yeah,
We're
Jason. Jason threw this together. Just, I mean, when did I text you, Jason? It was like
Last night.
9 o'clock or 10 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
It was super late. So thanks for filling in that
Yeah.
gap. That was great.
Well,
It
I
was
actually,
really good, Jason.
I was actually planning on heading out doing some squatching today because I got there's an area up here where I had been researching an area where we got a call back after some guy had seen a squatch at that time, probably 11 and 12 years before. So I had been staking out that area, going up there a lot. And one night we did get a call back, which was very interesting because it started with a very enunciated M sound, almost like it was mooing really loud. There are no cows up there, but it was a howl, started with an M. And it was just over the trees. However, since then, nothing's really happened there. And there's been a sighting of one up here nearby that's a little closer by two different people with very distinctive colorings. So it sort of moved my research there, and I get up there every once a week or every 2 weeks to check things out. And I'm looking to add more to the site with some experiments possibly. But some of us, Alex and I, just went up there a couple nights ago and just explored the part of the area. And I've found some other ways to access the area. So my plan today was to head up there and explore these other accesses to the site. Alex did some investigation after me telling him about this other access, is that there are some caves and a very large cave up near this access that I'm looking to go to. So I might bug out here in a little bit to get my day rolling on that, but appreciate being included. It was fun.
It was great. Great research.
Yeah.
It was really
Yeah,
good.
awesome. It's really to keep growing. So I want people to keep sending me info to change this presentation, because this is everybody's presentation. It's change those dates, because with everyone's knowledge, we can start boxing in those numbers and trying to figure out maybe what this really is.
Right.
I'll go on mute, so I'll stop rambling.
It was
That's
really
what
good.
we're here for. is to-
Great, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to leave, and I'm so sorry. I wanted to stay for the whole thing, but I have a family event that I had planned prior to, and I've enjoyed everybody's presentations, and I'm very sorry. I'll be missing out on you guys, but I will watch the video. I just want to say bye and thank you so much. And it's been awesome. I'm really enjoying everybody's presentations.
Shelley
Bye-bye.
for joining.
Thank you all so much. And I will be watching when I can later tonight.
Same here, you guys. I have to leave for a little bit, but I'm going to check in with you later. I'll be watching you guys. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Nick.
I think there's a delay. Thanks,
Sorry.
you guys.
Dave. All right. Shelley and Cindy are both gone. Okay. Next up, we got Ron and Alan. Alan, are you here with us? Can you, I'm going to ask you to unmute. There you go. Oh, my bad. Button pusher, Nick. We got Ron too and Alan. All right, both of you guys are up next. How about introducing yourselves and telling us a little bit about your project and maybe a little bit more in depth on your the Bigfoot alien connection, which was, I thought, telling video that I watched last night, and it gives me goosebumps thinking the different connections and stuff and how that works out. Please fill our viewers in on what's going on with you guys.
Mind if I share the presentation here?
Are we good?
Yes, please.
I'll
Yes,
see if I can-
you guys are good to go.
See if I can figure this out here.
Should I start?
Just a sec.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you guys see it?
It is, yes, it is. Yeah, we are good. I'm going to mute my channel so I don't interrupt anything. But if you guys need my assistance, I'm right.
All right.
We'll just scream. So my name is Ron Meyer. I got interested in the Bigfoot phenomena because I was hired 5 years ago to produce a series called Chasing Bigfoot, which is streaming on Amazon right now. I had no real interest in Bigfoot beyond knowing that it was quite an interesting phenomena. My day job is that I've been a longtime producer, director of TV series and feature films. I like to tell people I've directed actors that have been directed by Alfred Hitchcock to Quentin Tarantino. Last summer, I had a series called Becoming Evil, Serial Killers, which was the #1 documentary series on Amazon. And as a hobby, I collect fossils and have scientifically produced co-written papers that have been peer reviewed, and I have 2 species named after me. And so as a result of doing this, well, let's let Alan say who he is. He has a slightly different background.
Yeah.
He's the young one sitting in the front.
I'm Alan McGargle. I've been doing Bigfoot research probably for close to 10 years now. I'm originally from Ohio. I live in Colorado now, but I was part of the Ohio BFRO and was on many investigations. I've done a few documentary films on the subject now, and I'm just kind of a hardcore field research guy that likes to make documentaries on the side. So.
All right. So after I did the series, I often used the research that people paid me to do, in this case on Bigfoot, to expand upon something that was quite interesting to me, which was in doing the series, most of the people I encountered who were called researchers were researchers who believed that they were researching some form of animal, whether some branch of humanity or some part of the gorilla branch, and that it was a real creature, flesh and blood. But towards the end of the production, I interviewed a guy named Jim Myers, who's here in Colorado. By the way, we're both in Colorado, right along the edge of the Rocky Mountains, near the big park. And so I since I had this, I thought, and I've always been a fan of science fiction, so I thought I'd write a near future science fiction novel where one of the main characters is a Bigfoot who is discovered to be of alien origin. And there's the book, and here's the book again, just to show you that it's real. So in that I posited that the Bigfoot was paranormal, perhaps interdimensional, which is what Jim Myers suggested. But that required that I understand a little bit more about what's that alien world like. What are the contacts by alien? And so we needed to. I talked to Alan, who had moved to Colorado from Ohio, and I said, "Are you interested in doing a movie which would support the book, which my publisher loved, and we could draw." I think there's a connection between paranormal, alien, and Bigfoot contacts, and I'd like to use this movie as a vehicle to support it. And he was pretty excited about it. By the way, he was purely a flesh and blood guy, and now he's been shifting a little bit. He can tell you about that. So it'd be a year ago, last fall, we agreed that, yeah, let's do this. And it turns out that Ron Moorhead was coming to do a book signing at the Sasquatch outpost, and I thought, well, this would be a great opportunity to start the project. If I could convince him that what we were trying to do was legitimate, then I could use that to kind of be an entree to other potential interviewees. And so I contacted him through Jim Myers, and I sent him a paper that I had written, and he said, "Sure, come on over. You can do an interview." So you want to take? So that was the beginning of the movie. You want to take it from there, Alan?
Sure. Yeah. So we first talked to Jim Myers, who owns the Sasquatch Outpost in Bailey, Colorado, and I figured he was pretty much a flesh and blood believer as well, but turns out he's not, and he's had some paranormal encounters in Colorado, and he's had people come into his shop, his store, who have claimed to have paranormal encounters. And one of those people we actually ran into while we were there, and we filmed an interview with. It was this big biker guy, as I have down on the slide here. And he said that he was out in the woods walking down a trail at night, and a silhouetted Bigfoot stepped out on the trail in front of him. And he couldn't believe it. He was just kind of watching it. And all of a sudden, a bright light appeared from behind the Bigfoot, kind of in the middle of the trail. And the Bigfoot turned and away from him and walked towards this light. And he said that the Bigfoot and the light disappeared kind of together all at the same time. It was pretty interesting experience. And watching this real big guy kind of, just humbled by the whole situation and telling the story, it really made you wonder what the heck he saw. And then we had a chance to interview Ron there, and he's a great voice for the movie. And he I met him years ago when he first kind of had the Sierra sounds, and I thought he was a flesh and blood guy too, but obviously with his new book that he has with Quantum Bigfoot, he's well beyond that now. And he kind of started the thread of thought for me as maybe it's something more than just an ape, and maybe that's why pure science isn't necessarily going to work, or at least not in the way that we think, and kind of opened my mind to be a little bit more open-minded, I guess. And I've always have been, and like I used to always tell people, if I see a Bigfoot get dropped off by a UFO, I'll just kind of go with it. If that's what happens, that's what happens. I don't want to try to put it in a box, I guess. It is what it is, and I want to be there to figure it out. So that's kind of where my thought process started going. And with the interview that we did with Ron, it really gave us a solid base to start the film with.
We also got Jim Myers at the time, and he kind of supported the whole notion as well, because he likes to say that if you run around in the field long enough looking for this creature, and yet you have these experiences like being watched and having things thrown at you and get a response on a wood knock, and yet you never find anything except maybe a footprint, perhaps you're doing the wrong thing. Technically, we were forced to film at the Sasquatch Outpost, which was teeming with people, which created some interesting problems. It's like, how can we isolate Ron and Jim to shoot? And so we ended up, Jim has a museum that's part of the Sasquatch, and there are a couple rooms that are quite small and off the beaten path in terms of the museum, with rather strange lighting. And so that was the only way we could actually be able to get a good audio for an interview. So we had to put them in there. The lighting was minimal. And when you see them in the movie, it looks pretty like eerie, like they're in some weird place with strange lighting, with weird side lights. So it was an interesting technical challenge in the beginning to start the movie. But we got it, and it looks good. And when it integrates with, because they show up later in the movie, it's people. If we started with that, it might be an issue, but it was no problem once inside the movie. And of course, Ron gave his good explanation of the Sierra Sounds, which is perhaps the greatest evidence for the fact that Bigfoot are something other than some ape or lost human. Now that we're committed to do this connection between the alien aspect of things and Bigfoot, I needed, and we needed to find out more about the alien side of things. And it turns out that that winter there was a festival in Big Bear Lake, which is near the famous UFO site of the graviton and the giant rock, and so we decided we would go out there because many of the people who are UFOologists would be there, and hopefully we could arrange to do the interviews there that would be necessary to bring us up to speed on the alien side of the picture that we needed. And I contacted the guy who was putting it on. He said, sure, but you have to arrange these interviews in advance and make sure everybody's happy with doing them. So I had to sit down and contact all these people, which turned out to be fine. The Nick Pope, who's British and was head of the project that paralleled the Project Blue Book, was interesting because he's got an agent, and I had to work through the agent, and I was in the business for a long time, and so they all trusted me because I have a long track record. So we had set up in advance to interview these people, but how we would do it, we'd have to make it up when we got there. So I'm just looking at my notes here. We rented a large Airbnb, which would accommodate a lot of people and had a lot of different looks inside of it, because I kind of figured it might be difficult to film at the venue, and it turns out that was the best thing we could have done because the venue was very dark, very noisy, and it was cold and windy outside because it was winter. So Alan, do you want to talk about the first two interviews we did?
Sure. So we had prearranged with Stanton Friedman to do an interview with us, which we were really excited about because everybody knows him. I've been watching him tell the story of Roswell for decades, it seems like, and so we met up with him at the conference, and he willingly got in our car, and we drove him back to our Airbnb. And here's a photo of him sitting at the kitchen table as we interviewed him, and it was pretty remarkable, the things that he would say. Some of the things that he said about Bigfoot, I didn't think he was gonna say. Things like he believed that they could be doing the heavy lifting for some higher intelligence, from extraterrestrial type things. And it was really fascinating to be standing there in the same room hearing him talk about Bigfoot, because I'd never heard him talk about that before. So it was really, really cool. And then we met up with Nick Redfern, who I've met a few times before through different conferences and stuff. And he was another great interview. The only issue there was he was kind of short on time. So we kind of pulled him out to our car and put him in the driver's seat and tried to do the best we could with the audio to get the interview. But he was another one that I thought wouldn't give us really what we were looking for, but he did. And he's had some experiences with kind of this paranormal aspect of Bigfoot, and he was able to talk about that. And I think it helped quite a bit.
Yeah, right. Do you have a picture of, I see the card. Can you go to the next card with Friedman in it? Ah, no, that's Pope. Anyhow, getting back to Nick Redfern, when you're doing a production like this, you're looking for sound bites, little things that people say that where they're like, oh, wow, that's really cool. And he came up with the point that when you're out in the field and you're researching gorillas or any other wild animal, but particularly primates, you don't have associated phenomena where there are orbs around them. They seem to disappear. You can track them if they're on the ground. All these things that show up with Bigfoot don't show up with any other hairy, fleshy creature when you're researching them, which I thought was a really profound statement, which is really true. So there's Nick Pope. He's very well spoken. He's British. Everybody believes Brits because they sound so truthful and wise. He was more than willing to answer any questions. So some of the more interesting things he said is that every country has some form of extraterrestrial unit that investigates the phenomena. Except for the French, they're all in the military department in some way or another, or the CIA in covert operations, not in the scientific community per se, and that nobody shares information with each other, at least from his point of view when he was in his position to know. And he did a great job of describing the Rendlesham incident, which is Britain's Roswell, well documented, weird stuff disappearing, that sort of thing. And he was a real trooper, and he could tell a good history of the whole UFO experience from beginning to end and how it shifted. So he was a great interview. Rosemary, I don't know if Alan forgot to mention, but Stanton Friedman passed away shortly after we did the interview, not on the site, but and I think we were probably the last people to do a full sit-down interview with Stanton. So that was pretty cool. I actually put his full interview on our YouTube channel, Alien Bigfoot channel, for people who want to hear the whole thing. And anyhow, Rosemary Gilly, she passed away too, which makes it seem like maybe the movie's cursed, but I don't think so. And she brought a whole different perspective, which was really cool. And that is, not only did she accept that Bigfoot was not a hairy creature, but she said there were a lot of people that she was in contact with that had alien contact experiences that were not of the craft type, ships coming down in the sky, landing and that sort of thing, but more in the psi phenomena, the parapsychological, direct communication, kind of like ESP, in which it seemed like the purpose was to wake the contactee up to a higher level of consciousness, which is probably one of the main premises of the film as we moved along, is that these experiences that people have of any of these paranormal phenomena are not accidental. You were chosen to have them. So those are the main interviews we used from, and I felt we had a pretty good synopsis of the whole UFO phenomena. I also had done an earlier series in which I interviewed Cliff Clifford, or is it Clifford Cliff, from MUFON, who described the Roswell situation, which he was the primary researcher, and also the Phoenix Lights. So I called him up and said, can we put it in our old interview in the new movie? And he said, oh, sure, no problem. So we were now kind of equipped, and we had a mission. We knew what we were going to do. We had to go substantiate our main premises, that is, that these phenomena occur likely in what are called paranormal hotspots, and that the contact experiences are personalized. And for direction there, we relied on Tom Powell. Alan?
Yeah, I've known Tom for a while. I've always wanted to work with him on a project, but it never really worked out. But I kind of got a hold of him for this one, and he was all on board. He's kind of the go-to one. Everyone that we had talked to up to this point said, you got to talk to Tom Powell. And I knew that already, but it was good to hear confirmation of that. So yeah, we got him on the phone, and he was willing to help us out. And we kind of went through a few different ideas with Tom on what we wanted to do. At first, we were kind of thinking maybe we would go with him and spend the night in the woods for the weekend, and he could take us to one of his areas. But then he told us about some things that were happening kind of nearby, which we'll get to in a little bit later, and thought maybe he could take us there. So he kind of introduced us to the concept of this paranormal hotspot, which kind of carried through, the initial conversations of Tom through the end of the movie, because that became the personal, driving factor of what we wanted to do, was document these paranormal hotspots. So with that,
go ahead.
We went to the first one, it was close to us, so that was why we picked it. But Dulce, New Mexico. I initially there was a BFRO expedition there, so I kind of used my BFRO membership to try to leverage possibly filming at their expedition in Dulce. And I got pretty far with it. They cleared things through Map Moneymaker, but eventually they decided that it was their first one and they were nervous about how it was going to go. And they decided that they didn't want us there to filming, it would just be another distraction. So we kind of dug around a little bit more and we found Tim Anderson, who's used to be law enforcement. He's on Facebook and he posts a lot of UFO videos that he's taken, and he's a very active Bigfoot researcher. So I reached out to him. And he's a native from that area. He's part of the reservation there, and he was like, "Yeah, no problem." We worked out a deal, and he got the permits for us, and we kind of showed up. And the first night we were there, he took us by where the BFRO guys were setting up, and he kind of pulled up and gave them a hard time about where their permits and stuff were. He was bringing out the law enforcement in him and kind of spooked them a bit, but. Then he's like, yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you guys a hard time. And he kind of rolled down the back window, and I was sitting there, and I was like, well, I guess I didn't need you guys after all. So we kind of got in there through different channels, and it worked out really well. You want to talk some about it, Ron?
Well, yeah, Dulce was one of the first two places where, at least in the public view, there was this connection between UFO presence and Bigfoot occurring together. The other one, of course, is in Pennsylvania with what's the name? What? Gordon? Stan Gordon? Is that right?
Yeah, Stan Gordon.
Yeah. So, and of course, there was this report in the 70s of a battle. If you look at the slide there, you can see that mesa in the background. That's Archuleta Mesa, which supposedly, and maybe does, contain a alien base, and there was reports of an alien base fight, a fight between the aliens and the military, and since then the legend has grown in Dulce. When we got there, Tim had agreed, of course, to do an interview, and his son, is the guy who's the younger guy on the left-hand side, that's his son. Do you remember, what's his name again?
Francisco,
yeah. So they both had quite interesting experiences, the typical experience of the smell of Bigfoot and the strong sense of being watched, the presence being there, a kind of intelligence, but not, you can't see what that presence is. And they were quite interesting, quite willing to talk to us, at least on camera. And Tim had taken a nice cast of a Bigfoot, which shows up, a Bigfoot print that shows up in the movie. And then they took us on one of their typical kind of Bigfoot hunt that everybody goes on or walk. And I made Alan, because he was young and strong, film the whole thing. You want to talk about that a little bit, and then I'll describe a few other things in connection.
Sure, yeah. Tim's son Francisco, he took me through one of the areas that they've been doing investigations, and he's a really good hiker.
One of the things they go fully armed.
Yeah.
They
rifles and handguns and knives and the whole nine
Tim
yards.
had an AK-14,
AR-14.
AR-14. They each had big, powerful 44 caliber handguns and big knives. They were not your typical Bigfooter in terms of the equipment they take.
Yeah, so so I was following him with the camera, and he turned into a mountain goat and really started taking off. So I did my best to keep with him, and I did. And he did some different noises and wood knocks, and we kind of went through the area, investigated. It was, we didn't really find a whole lot, but it was an awesome hike, and you could see where that area would be perfect for something like that. And then they took us to an area that night where there's a spring that comes out of the ground, and there were recent footprints from just the day before, and they took us to show us the prints that were there, and we got to see them and film them. They were really, they were in the mud, so they were pretty solid prints. And then we did some, the kind of the typical investigative stuff with wood knocks and stuff, trying to see what kind of things were there. And we had some stuff moving around in the woods there, but nothing, nothing conclusive. It's kind of the old, when you show up with a video camera, nothing happens, but I'm used to that. So you just kind of have to go with it.
Yeah, the other aspect of that was that we talked to quite a few other reservation people, and they all had their own experiences of paranormal experiences, and they would talk about them. But then, can we film you? Oh no, I'm not going on camera. Even Tim Anderson's wife had her own Bigfoot experience. If you remember, Alan, she was driving along one of the highways out of the reservation and saw a Bigfoot that was kind of quasi-human, whitish in color, tall. And I thought, wow, that's a great story. And she'll never go down that road again for some reason.
No, even the receptionist at the place where we met him had an encounter with a white one, I think.
But finally, they rounded up a relative, a cousin perhaps, of the wife, and he was quite more than willing to talk. He was sort of like the town crier of paranormal phenomena, and he told stories, his own stories, and some of the stories of other people. So we did get some decent sound bites to integrate into the movie.
He told about 20 stories in 20 minutes. He just he was just going.
And we had to just pick and choose.
Yeah.
But probably the most interesting story was Tim Anderson, when he was still a policeman, stopped you remember he talked about the van he stopped with the soldiers in full ops gear, and the one thing that seems to be consistent is that there's this plethora of military people running around, airplanes, helicopters, all sorts of activity for no reason. There's nothing there. There's no bases. The closest place would probably be Los Alamos. Anyhow, he stopped this van in the middle of the night, and he went and looked in the back of the van, and there was a cage, but he wouldn't say what was in the cage, did he?
Nope, and they were pretty insistent that he just let them go, which he did.
So this was the first time he talked about that incident.
Yeah.
So overall, it was, we didn't get anything on camera, but we got a good lay for the land of where this legend of Bigfoot, paranormal, and UFO all come together, along with great stuff for conspiracy theorists with all the military activity in the area for no apparent reason. So we needed to have a few more of these paranormal hotspot situations, and he started talking about Tom Powell suggesting that we go down to this place that this guy Tobe Johnson and Daryl Adams had going, and there's a picture of Tobe. He was going to be in the conference, but had another commitment. And there's the famous garage, which is, in their opinion, a portal to that's open. They've opened up, and all sorts of crazy things are happening there. That they talk about. You want to describe that a little bit?
Sure. So they the biggest thing...
so just one more thing. I decided that I was thinking ahead that we might want to do a series based on investigating paranormal hotspots, and let's look at a way of turning it into a bit of your typical reality verite sort of style of presentation, which meant in this case we would have an investigator, and it seemed quite easy to talk Tom Powell, who was going down with us, into being the principal investigator. He would go and question and talk to these people, and we'd film it so the viewer would look at the event, the investigation from Tom Powell's perspective. And it worked out very well. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, we actually, Tobe called us as we were actually driving down there. It was a 2-hour drive after picking up Tom, and said that they found some hand and palm prints on Daryl's truck. And when we got there, that was the first thing we did. Tom helped them and lifted the prints off of there, and they were massive handprints on the bed of Daryl's truck, like like something had kind of grabbed on the edge of the truck and had looked in there. It was a pretty good start to the whole day. So they record a lot of interesting noises inside this shed. Tobe spent the night one day and he had this door that you see here open, and he was just sleeping in there, and he had an audio recorder going, not to steal his thunder since he's not here, but he could hear something kind of grunting walk up and into the garage and then kind of talk in these strange voices and walk away. And he didn't wake up for the whole thing, but he's got the audio and he played it for us. But they record these kind of like, I don't know, knocking, banging kind of sounds well after dark, around what, maybe 10 to midnight range or so. And this shed just kind of comes alive with all these different noises. And then if you see where that yellow bucket is on the left of the shed, they have a little kind of gifting area there where they've played tic-tac-toe games with something that they can't see. They've had gifts left there, all different kinds of things. They found hair and other handprints on this gutter that runs up on the left side. So just an enormous amount of activity around this shed. And then there's part of the, I think it's a national or state forest behind this property, and they see orbs and all different kinds of lights coming from the woods, and they've recorded UFOs in the sky. I mean, they have everything happening there all at the same time, all within the same summer. It's just a really unique and interesting area to be.
They I always get confused. What are those electronic voice? What are they again?
EVPs.
EVPs. One of the more interesting ones, they got some women speaking in weird tongues, right?
Yep.
That they recorded, and that's pretty hair raising. But there was the family that lived in the house before, if you remember, he told the story, that they had a son who committed suicide during the time they were doing the investigation. And the EVP they picked up was they heard a young boy's voice saying, "I'm dead." And there were these handprints. You remember that they showed us?
Yeah, they actually still have them. They were like these bluish kind of handprints that appeared on the wall.
And that was in the house, wasn't it? Not in the shed.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And so, as night fell, we wanted to see could we film something that was going on in the shed, which is where a great majority of the recordings took place, and what's actually going on there. So the plan was to wait until night fell, make sure that any sounds that might be, the sounds of metal straightening itself out after being heated up were done. We took turns going into the shed with a camera. And of course the camera would have its own. The setup was that there was a recorder and we ran a wire outside so we could record what was going on inside. And we took turns going into the shed and seeing if anything would occur. And I went in there and, nothing happened. A couple other people went in. And finally, the great sensitive, Alan's turn was to go in there. And before anybody went in, the racket sort of started, and Tobe was knocking on the outside of the shed, and he'd get replies. So he knew it was alive with whatever was going on. And we put Alan in there and hoping that something would happen. He had a camera with infrared, and of course he was recording his own audio. So do you want to describe what happened?
Yeah, I wasn't in there very long. I was just sitting as still as I could be in a chair there with the camera rolling, and you started to just hear little kind of tapping noises, and they got to be more like bangs. It would just be bang up here, bang over there. Then it would sound like something on the shelf moved, and all these weird little noises started to happen. And then at one point, I thought it sounded like almost like the door opened, but I looked over and it's pitch black in there, and I couldn't see anybody. No one came in, but I could just kind of feel and hear this breathing come towards me, and the noises got a little more intense. And then one of the other guys outside from one of the neighbors, he came in to kind of see what was going on to help me out a little bit, and it just sort of died down from there. But it was definitely something going on there besides the kind of normal things that you would expect from a garage, basically.
So we were able to get video evidence of what was going on because we could hear the sounds and match them up inside and outside. So the speaker outside, we could hear the rap. We could hear Alan hear him, and we could hear it on his camera. And you could say it was coming from this particular corner, and he could film the corner because he had infrared, right, Alan?
Yep.
And there was nothing going on. There was no banging. There was nothing there to see, nothing to record on the camera.
Nope.
So whatever was going on in creating this, it was a true paranormal extra something or other, interdimensional thing that wasn't normally visible to the naked eye or even to the infrared camera, but was real nevertheless, and we got to record it. So we considered that quite a victory for our film, to actually capture something that was a paranormal and substantiated the stories to some degree of the people who've been investigating it. And once we were there, everybody said, well, the next place you got to go is to this place up in Montana, where a fellow named Joe Hauser operates the Mystery House, which is the image you see there. There's weird gravitational stuff going on there. And the picture below, that's Alan, whose head is to the back of the camera. You can maybe see me, his wife, and, well, two wives are there. Alan's wife and Joe Hauser's wife have their back to it. And we're surrounded by orbs. So it's nice to be surrounded by orbs. Anyhow, do you want to talk a little bit about what transpired there? Because this was going to be one of the two of our explorations into one of these paranormal hotspots, Alan.
Yeah, so on the surface, this is kind of like a roadside attraction, the House of Mystery. That's what you're looking at here in the upper right corner. But there's a lot more to it, and Joe knew that when he bought it, and that's why he bought it. The local Native American tribes kind of consider this a sacred ground, and it's believed that there's some sort of energy field or vortex or something in the middle of this house. And not only that, they've identified what they believe are, what I think maybe another 4 or 5 of these vortexes on the property, and they've had everything from, Bigfoot to paranormal to all kinds of different strange phenomenon that happened in this house. And when we got there, I stepped in here, and as soon as I got into this house, I was just really disoriented. I mean, almost to the point of nausea, where I couldn't stand up on my own without holding on to something. The whole house is built kind of crooked, so I wasn't sure if it was just I couldn't adjust to that or what was happening, but it just felt like this energy kind of pulling me down. And then when I stepped back out, it was fine. We spent some time there during the day doing a lot of, talking with Joe and getting the lowdown on the property and things. And we went back into the mystery house after dark, and it felt completely different. Like the energy was nowhere near as intense, and I was pretty much fine in there after dark. So that really was strange to me. But Joe has set up a security camera in there at one point, and he had all this kind of energy show up on the infrared, on the night vision, and all of a sudden a figure kind of appeared in the center of the house out of nowhere, and it really looked like the outline of a Bigfoot. We weren't able to get the use of that footage, but we were able to see it, and it's pretty impressive. It's pretty unexplainable how something kind of just appeared, and then it seems to just kind of get really bright and just kind of vanish. It's a very strange phenomenon that happens there for sure.
Now, regarding the orbs, we tried to film them with our cameras, video. There was no luck, but both he and his wife used a still camera, and we got one sequence in which you're looking at one of the frames from it. Within a matter of less than a second and a half, there were three shots which started with nothing in the field and built up to this one right here where you see we're surrounded by orbs, which would be pretty hard to fake in some way, because we were filming the little screen of the camera that just shot the images. And so we were a little bit disappointed in a way that we didn't really capture anything. We sat around at night and waited for some unidentified flying objects to come out of a mountain nearby, but nothing really happened. But you know, it was quite interesting. And so we were then ready to go to. We had filmed pretty much everything we thought we needed, but one more opportunity arose, and that was there was an event here in Colorado, and I needed more B-roll. B-roll is just footage of people mucking around that would show that there are these communities of people that gather together and discuss these things that are going on, like this conference here. And it turns out that Bobo was there, and you know, Alan knows Bobo, right? From
Yeah,
before.
I've done a lot of work with the Ohio Bigfoot Conference, and Bobo came several years in a row, so I knew him from that, and he recognized me right away. So we were able to grab an interview, and he actually was willing to talk about things that Matt Moneymaker wouldn't let him talk about on finding Bigfoot, and we got some really cool sound bites from Bobo talking about seeing Bigfoot with orbs in their hands and all kinds of other strange things.
And he went on camera and let us do the interviews. So the show, you know, the showrunners said, no way can you ever talk about Bigfoot as anything other than a hairy beast in the woods, even though there were multiple experiences he could describe that everybody saw that were unexplainable in terms of some hairy creature. And that was pretty much the end. We wrapped the film with that. So it took us roughly 1 year. It was from one fall to the next, the fall of 2018 to the fall of 2019. And it was time to do post-production. And I had used my own money at this point to gather all this footage, but post-production is a whole nother situation which requires more money. And I was able to, oh yeah, they were just a quick thought here. We did interviews with some people that we didn't use. This is pretty typical of a filmmaker. This is a guy named Alex. I think you knew him. We also did a couple that opened a portal on their own land, but in the end they didn't want to go on camera. Well, they went on camera, but they didn't want us to use their interview. We interviewed somebody, a person who had worked in the military as a radar operator and had tons of stories to tell, like of the Air Force or the Navy in terms of their UFO encounters. She finally let us do one in which we would totally camouflage or hide who she was. Let's see. You want to say anything about Alex, or should we just move down?
Not really. He did a really great interview for us. It just didn't really, we just didn't really need it. So he kind of got cut.
He wasn't buying into our story.
No.
So I've been in the business for a long time, and I was chatting with one of the larger distributors in the business, and he said, "What are you working on?" And I told him, and to my surprise, he said, "How much money do you need to finish it?" And so I told him. He said, "Okay." Well, that blew me away, because I had no idea. I'd known him for ages, that he would have the slightest interest in a project like this. And so in post-production, let me see, what notes do I have here? I decided to get this narrator who was kind of an everyman sort of old-time narrator, host who, like Tom Brokaw, had that kind of voice, that quality. So I didn't want somebody weird. This was not supposed to be weird. We chose music that was not weird or creepy. We did a certain amount of special effects, which were quite easy for us to do, which Bigfoot showed up in scenes. From chasing Bigfoot, we had gotten a suit from somebody, a Bigfoot suit that was very nicely done. That was part of a feature film that was commercially produced, and we were able to film a bunch of stuff with Bigfoot and integrate that into, in each case we said dramatic, that this was a depiction, not real. The most surprising thing that showed up in post-production is that when I was looking at the footage that I had filmed, I was outside the mystery house. Alan and Joe were inside, and I was looking at the footage, and this white thing came through the frame. I was like, what in the heck is that? So we slowed it down, looked at it, and it was this bright white, it looks like a moth, could be a fairy. And it showed up at the moment when Joe Hauser was saying, and the Bigfoot likes to come right here at this spot. And this creature showed up, which was probably the size of my hand. It was the brightest object in the video. The sun was coming in from the other way, so it wasn't backlit and illuminated. And that would tell you that it was self-illuminating. There was no way that could be that bright from any natural source of light. And it flew around right at Alan's feet. And none of these guys seemed to see it. Is that right, Alan? You didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it.
And yet, you'd think something of that size, if it were a real moth, would show up to everybody. So like, wow, look at that. And it flew off into a corner with nobody seeing it. So when I showed it to Tom Powell, he said, yeah, they like to show you things in odd ways. And this is a chance to show you that it can shapeshift from a giant Bigfoot into a little very moth-like creature. And we felt very pleased that we could have something like that, although, we could have CGI'd it if we wanted to, but we did not. And so the movie got done just as the pandemic was coming on board. So we were able to get our narrator, get everything done. And then we had a bit of a issue around releasing the movie because of some copyright issues. And do you want to talk a little bit about the success for the 2 months it's been out there?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue with some of the artwork that the distributor had put together. One of the little pieces of it was apparently unintentionally borrowed, so we had to kind of pull things back and redo some of that. But we finally got it up there, and let's see, through April and May, we've had 19 million streaming minutes on Amazon, which is about 3,500 views per day, and it works out to about 220,000 people that have watched the movie so far. So a pretty good success for in our books anyway. So
yeah, I mean, if that were a book, Ellen and I would be rich. It's probably in the middle range of things on the web, right? Podcasts, other movies, competitive movies, not the big Hollywood movies. So it's been quite a success, and I think it'll continue. If anybody wants to, right now we have the director's cut that's available to watch through Monday, which is a little longer than one of the things the distributor wanted was something closer to 90 minutes, and we have a couple different versions in which we had to cut out some content. That this is one of those, and we have a slightly different open, slightly different ending. So you can watch it by clicking on the link on the website. I think that's, what are we going to do now? We're going to do an investigation of more hotspots and hopefully turn it into, use this as a stepping stone to do a series around this idea. I think that's it. Want to say anything farewell, Alan? Or questions, anybody?
Yeah, any questions? I think you're on mute there.
I am?
No, Nick is.
Nick is?
There you go.
Yeah, I was muted up. I had all this stuff rambling out my mouth and nobody heard any of it.
It was
I tried to
brilliant,
lip
of
read,
course,
but
right?
I'm not good at that.
My question is, when do you guys plan on doing more filming for paranormal hotspots? We live in a beautiful spot of just lots of paranormal hotspots. I'm sitting in one right now. There's one 4 miles up the road. We have a vortex here in Oregon. Just, I want to say it's 35, 40 minutes drive south from here. Man, and then old mining towns outside of Jacksonville, backside of Sterling Creek. Me and my wife have captured some pretty impressive photos out there. We also do paranormal tours here at the Wolf Creek Inn, and had multiple experiences here. This is one of the only buildings that I've ever been touched in. And it was not just like somebody touched my arm or something like that. I got slapped in the backside of the leg, and it buckled my knee and almost put me on the ground. Nothing malicious. It was more just getting my attention because I wasn't paying attention. I'm holding camera, filming my wife and stuff. And you know, it was like, hey, I'm here. But it almost took me out. I would love to collaborate with you guys if you guys were ever in the area.
Well, what we're hoping to do is find maybe 5 of these and make a 5-part series. So maybe you would be one of the places we come to.
That would be super awesome.
One of the things we want to make that kind of makes it work is that there's some person who's kind of a local that's had multiple experiences themselves, as almost as if they're the portal itself in some way, that they're part of the attraction. And it seems like you guys sort of fit that bill, right?
Yes. We do a lot of weird, well, not, I wouldn't say weird. It's, we do paranormal investigations. And in our area, there are spots. I'll use this building. The Wolf Creek Inn has a come and go experience here. Like sometimes it's real quiet, and then sometimes it's off the hook. Like things are just happening, things flying off the shelf, things moving, lights flickering all the time. Me and my wife have been locked out of our room staying here one night. And then I caught the door open on its own and was able to capture that on a CCTV camera. And the way I had it set up was I could see the door, and then on the other side of the room was the mirror, so I could see the door through the mirror and outside the door into the hallway. So when the door opened, you can definitely tell that there's nobody on the other side of that door, and there should have been no reason for that door to open. Man, it would just be awesome just to collaborate with you guys.
It sounds fantastic. Yeah, we're you know, we can't travel now. That's the problem. We're stuck here in a way. But by the way, we're trying to open our own paranormal place, a portal. I have 40 acres in the Rockies next to Estes Park. Are you familiar with that area in a way? Rocky Mountain National Park.
Okay.
It's in the Rocky Mountains, and we're documenting it as we go, and hopefully to write a book about it as we try and open this area up to whatever wants to come through. And we're having some success, and it's a process that we started like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm headed there. Well, in about 10 minutes. We're heading out there tonight. The car's packed. I'm just, you know, I'm here to do this, and then we're gonna head up there and see what we can have tonight. We're gonna camp out there and really try to make things happen. So we'll see.
So can you send us you have our email, don't you?
I do. I have your email, and I can send you guys snippet clips of stuff that I've captured, photo files of apparitions that we've captured in different locations here in Southern Oregon. And yeah, I'd love to share that stuff.
So this is how movies are made.
Yep.
we find people like this, and it's the process.
One
Just
thing
gotta-
leads to the next, leads to the next, leads to the next.
And is it a coincidence or is it meant to be? Hey,
I'm a firm believer in that everything happens for a reason. We're all brought here today for a reason. The things that we capture, whether it be personal experiences or captured on audio or video, are meant to be. We're meant to see that stuff. Whether you believe in the extraterrestrial or interdimensional ideas of it, or just straight paranormal, spirit-wise type stuff, everything happens for a reason, and the experiences that we have are meant to be.
we kind of buy into that and want to investigate it further, because I think there's more detail that can be brought out that might show patterns if we do multiple investigations between the different sites. That's what we're looking to
Right.
do.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that both me and my wife have come to the conclusion that the more time that you spend going back to places, the more evidence that we seem to catch as time goes on.
Yeah, that's what Tom Paul says. If you're open to it, you'll get more and more, as much as you can handle. For what
Yeah,
reason? It's hard to say because we have no idea how to communicate or understand what something that's not us, something that's alien, extraterrestrial, whatever they're about, and if there's a greater reality beyond our sensory reality, that's probably what we're contacting, and people get glimpses of it. So are we good?
That's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, we're great. I think both. I recommend everybody's that's watching this to if you're on the stateofbigfoot.com website, click on the link for their video.
And if you see it later, you can go to Amazon and watch it there.
Right. I will post a link for that into the chat window and on YouTube, and hopefully we can get some more people to view that and maybe change some minds.
Awesome.
All right. I guess we'll be out of here now. Fun meeting you.
It's either me with bad audio or maybe my connection's bad. I'm not sure. I keep getting a broken signal.
Yeah, you're cutting out periodically.
Okay, then it's on my side. Well, I am in a haunted inn. And electrical devices sometimes don't like to work.
There you go. Take a quick reading, see what's going on. What's
Right.
that thing behind your head anyhow?
We have I did bring a couple haunted dolls with me today.
Oh.
They're both very quite active, and they asked to show up today.
There you go. All right, man. It's been a pleasure. And thank you for watching, everybody else.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Tuning
you
in.
for
Now we're
your time out there, and I look forward to seeing you guys sometime in the near future. And I'll send you an email with some video clips and some audio.
Super.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
how do I mute this and depart?
I can mute you from my end.
Okay.
And if you guys are gonna head out, I can also end the call for you guys also.
Well, I may come back and see what Ron has to say later, but Alan's taken off for the property. So
Okay.
I'm muted. Mute me now.
I am muting you now, Ron. Thank you very much. And Alan, thank you. And up next, we got Shane Corson. Shane, are you with us? You are with us.
You. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So up next, we have Shane Corson. Would you like to introduce yourself and give us a little bit of a background? I'm going to mute myself and slip back into the shadows and let you take.
Okay,
If you're
I'll
ready.
get set up here.
Oh, perfect.
Let's see here. Hold
There we
on.
go.
I think that's it. There we go.
All right, perfect. All right, up next we got Shane Corson. Give it up.
All right, let me get out of this. Let me get out of that screen. We don't need that one. Okay, so yeah, my name's Shane Corson. I'm a core member of the Olympic Project based out of Washington State, and most of our research is conducted in the Olympic Mountains, though we do occasionally do some stuff in Oregon and different parts of Washington. Formerly from Scotland, moved over here in '93. Always fascinated with the subject matter of Sasquatch and basically cryptids in general. And had a chance to move to the States, down to California, where after '93, I was going through high school and stuff. '97, I really started, once I got my wheels, I started hitting the road and doing investigations, or at least what I thought at that time was investigating. Later on, I kind of figured out I wasn't really doing things right, but still out there exploring, investigating all around Southern California, Northern California. I spent a great amount of time up at Yosemite. I spent many days and nights up there. Every chance I could take to make that 12, 13-hour drive up to Yosemite from San Diego, I would do it. So I spent a lot of time in Yosemite. I never really found anything of interest. A lot of anecdotal stories from people, encounters in Yosemite and in Southern California. A lot of people may be surprised, but in the San Bernardino Mountains, in East County, San Diego, even up to like Joshua Tree National Park, Los Angeles, the Angeles Forest, lots of reports in those areas. And so I took in a lot of reports, a lot of anecdotal stories, read a lot of books on the subject, did a lot of searching around, camping. 2008, I had a chance to move up to Oregon. Married my wife, moved up to Oregon, and I really hit the ground running up here. I was really never in contact with any investigators. I was kind of a solo guy. Eventually, spring forward to 2011, I was out on a remote backpacking trip with two buddies, just fishing, and had a Sasquatch encounter. I had a sighting and a 2-night experience. I'm not going to get into that today because I got a lengthy presentation, but that solidified Sasquatch for me. There was no doubt in my mind that Sasquatch was a real thing. So I decided to start, at first I thought I can do it by myself, and then realizing that, no, it's not a one-man thing. It's, you need a little bit of an organization, you need a network. And I met Cliff Barrickman, and then shortly thereafter, I bumped into Derek Randall's Olympic Project, eventually becoming an Olympic Project member, and been steamrolling ever since, out actively researching, investigating the Olympics. I did a lot of stuff down in Oregon, especially in the Tillamook area on the coast, and Mount Hood, where my encounter happened in 2011. I still spend a lot of time around Mount Hood. And so it's, between the Olympics and Mount Hood and Tillamook, that's kind of my 3 favorite places to go. What I'm going to be talking about today is strictly the Olympics. Okay. And so you guys probably had a chance to read this, but yeah, the Olympic Project is basically an association of dedicated researchers and investigators, biologists, and trackers committed to documenting the existence of Sasquatch through science and education, through comprehensive habitat study, DNA analysis, and game camera deployment. Our goal is to obtain as much information and empirical evidence as we can, with the hopes of being as prepared as possible when and if species verification comes into fruition. Our studies are conducted in a non-invasive manner with respect and sensitivity to probable habitat we believe these amazing species inhabits. So moving forward here, I'm going to talk today. Some of you guys have seen this, but I got a lot of new stuff about unknown nest study. And to catch up there real quick, there was a timber cruiser that came across some ground nests while out surveying an area that was going to be harvested, timbered. He in his 25 plus years had never seen anything like these nests. these ground nests. They were large. He kind of got spooked out. Derek Randall's Link Project had done, as a landscaper, had done some work for this particular individual 10 years prior. And so this timber cruiser got a hold of Derek and said, hey, you got to come check this out. I don't know what this is. Maybe you do. They Derek ends up going out with James Milling of the Link Project, this timber cruiser, and a couple of DNR, Department of Natural Resources. And none of them had seen anything like this in all their years. So this is where we're at today. And this is actually, I'm going to be updating this because we've actually now got about 23 nests, and I'm going to get into something pretty cool here. But we have 23 nests have been found to date. Some of the key characteristics about this area: it's not been logged in 50 plus years. All nests are constructed out of huckleberry from the surrounding area. The huckleberry tips were snapped, peeled, or broken from 2 to 9 feet off the ground. In some cases, the huckleberry was twisted. Huckleberry ranges in size from 1/4 inch to 2 inches or more, some even 3 inches, pretty profound. All the nests were over 1 foot in depth. Size of the nest range from 2 feet to more than 8 feet. Okay, more background. All the nests seem to be strategically placed on fingers that are coming off a ridge. Below the fingers, there is a steep and rugged descent down to a seasonal salmon creek. There is no sneaking into this place, and there are many, many quick escape routes. One of the other things of interest was that there were 2 rocks discovered, and I got pictures down in here later on in the presentation. 2 rocks discovered at what I call the point nest, the nest that's at the very front of these other 7, 8 nests. And they had obvious score marks on them. They were the only rocks above the ground and right next to a nest. And when you pick these up, they had score marks, white score marks. Something had struck those rocks together. And why is that significant? Well, for those of you that don't know, it's assumed and thought that Sasquatch utilizes rocks. And I know some of the other guests have talked about that, for either communication or throwing. I mean, no one really knows. We all got our hypotheses and ideas, but something had struck those rocks together. Hair samples have been collected from a few of the nests. They fit the unknown criteria, and for possible Sasquatch hair, they do appear to be primate under a microscope. Cindy Dosen and Dr. Jeff Meldrum have both looked at them. Cindy Dosen is of Homini Enigma out of British Columbia. And soil samples have been collected from the nest, and we did have some eDNA done on them. Unfortunately, they were extremely degraded samples, so not much was taken out of those. Hopefully, we can get some more samples, some fresh ones. Why this area? This area has not been logged in 50 years. It's a very difficult area to get into and to just traverse, period. No humans are going into this nesting area. There is cover overhead and down below. By cover, I mean the canopy of the trees. You can't see down with a drone or a plane, and lots of foliage down below. There is no shortage of food. Many, many sources of food, massive amounts of huckleberry and other berries, Oregon grape, you name it, it's there. Salmon, ungulates, like lots of deer, rodents, and grasses. If you want to stay hidden, if I was running from the law, this would be a perfect spot. Nest area is located approximately 2.5 miles behind a lock gate. Okay, here's an example. Here's some pictures here of the huckleberry in the area itself. On the left, you see Shelley Covington, Montana, who was presenting earlier. She's been out to this area. There's James Milling of the Link Project and Dr. Meldrum. James is about 6'2", 6'3". So look at that. You can see how high the huckleberry is. And then on the right's Derek Randalls and Dr. Jeff Meldrum. And Meldrum's quite tall too, 6'2", 6'3", somewhere around there. So yeah, just to give you a comparison there. Tree and bush damage. This is a few pictures of the damage done in this area. All the huckleberry branches were snapped, twisted, broken, or peeled. No teeth marks. Something did this with an opposable thumb, no doubt about it. Here's more examples. Some of the twists. All the leaves were stripped off of the huckleberry branches in this area. And it was almost so that my idea is that so you can have direct view from nest to nest to nest. And I'll show you a layout here shortly. But all the huckleberry leaves were peeled off of these huckleberry branches. And in some cases, the huckleberry branches were twisted around other huckleberry branches so that you could have, I think, again, a direct view of another nest in another area. Just some pictures of the area itself. You got Cliff Bergman on the left and a couple other Link Project members. Here's an example of one of the ground nests. I know the photos aren't going to do it justice, so I'm sorry about that. Photos are just not that great. But here's an example. Many of these nests, 2 to 8 to 9 feet in length, over a foot in depth. There's so much material in these nests. It's unreal. Something large had been sitting in every single one, and all the nests buried in size. And here's another example of a nest. More thickness, very thick stuff, and it was constructed. It wasn't just dropped on the ground. Here's an example of a nest. It's not the greatest picture, but you can see in the forefront here, the limb. That's huckleberry branch that was completely stripped of leaves. All those leaves were plucked off. And this is one of the larger nests. And we guesstimated that they were made in the month of February, and that's going to mean something here in a few. We guessed that it was made in the month of February when there was a good salmon run. Here we go. Here's another example of a nest. Actually, that's the same nest. If you look at the bottom right there, you can see a large peeled huckleberry branch. You can see the tail end of it. Just more pictures of these nests, these ground nests. There's somebody in the background. You can kind of get a size of it. I mean, just massive. This is a smaller nest, but it was over a foot in depth. You could fit a 6-foot person there pretty easy, but it was a smaller nest, and it had this limb not quite in the center, but kind of around there. It was really odd looking nest. Now these pictures too. Originally, all of this huckleberry was green. It was all very green. It's died back now, so they don't. They originally would have been full of green, very soft and thick huckleberry. That's kind of what they looked like when they were discovered. I believe that was actually a couple of days later after they were brought back out there, Derek and James Millian. More pictures. This picture here is one of the larger nests. It was discovered later on, and obviously much older because it's all the leaves have died back. It's not green. That's kind of the state of the nest now, the older nest. They're kind of looking like that. We've taken samples. Animals are traversing through this area again, so they're being dispersed. Nature, snow, wind, everything's kind of deadfall, kind of destroying them. This is not a very great picture, but another thing that's really interesting about this area is we found to date 2 nests that are in bushes, and they were constructed about 2 feet to 3 feet off the ground in the huckleberry in the same fashion as the ground nest. And they're about 1 foot to 1.5 feet wide. You couldn't lay in them. It was almost like a practice nest. And Derek Randles had done some homework about gorillas and found that gorillas do, both the mother and the infant will do practice nests as a teaching thing and a learning thing in bushes. And there's 2 of them in the bush in different fingers. The main nest site, you have about 7 nests, and then you go, a couple 100 yards away, and you get to the next finger or plateau that's coming off this ridge. And that's why I kind of coined the phrase ridge ape. I really like that name because a lot of the occurrences seem to be along these ridges, great travel corridors. But you have these bush nests. I think that's just phenomenal. It's outstanding. And if I'm going a little fast, I got a lot to go through here. So you could always go back and rewatch this, I believe. So you got this, here's the nest area layout, and it's a rough drawing, but you got the Salmon Creek down below. You got the steep wooded slope. You can see the layout of the nests, at least the original nest site, the one first discovered. And you see that the formation is very intriguing. One of our members was a former Top Gun pilot, and when he looked at this, he said, this is very strategic. It's very military-like. And so it's about 90 foot across. You got this finger or plateau coming off the ridge, quick escape routes, and you could see the 2 rocks at what I call the point nest that lead down into the hill. If you clack those rocks together, you could hear them on the other side of the creek, and the other it's a bit of a valley. So that's the general layout of the primary nest site. Here's the rocks here that I was describing. You can see obvious score marks on them, and they were the only rocks. They're about softball size. The only rocks that were above ground in this area, and they just happened to, once flipped over, had score marks. So I thought that was very telling and intriguing. In 2011, during my encounter, I had a rock about that size, a little bit smaller, thrown at our camp after what I thought was wood knocking going on, but now I had to reevaluate that. It was probably a rock on a tree, and then the rock came into camp. So it made more sense, especially up in Mount Hood where everything's wet and moist, and it'd be very hard to find a really solid limb you could beat the snot out of a tree for 5 good whacks without it breaking. A rock makes way more sense. Some more pictures of the rock with the score marks. I do have those in my possession for just as a neat thing. Okay, on the left you have a gorilla nest, and on the right you have an unknown nest. Now, Derek Randall's, once again, he got doing his research, and the closest thing he could find, and for me as well to date, is what looks like a gorilla nest. I mean, that's just the closest looking thing we can find, given the size, the density, and so that's why I included this picture. I think I have a few more. One on the right is one of the nests, obviously at the nest location we're working on. There's a picture of a gorilla bed. This gorillas laying in their beds, nests. I think Sasquatch, if they were indeed the culprits, probably laid similar. Okay, here's a short video. It's about, I think it's over a minute. And it's basically, Derek Randalls and I decided to build a nest, construct a nest, reconstruct a nest. And I learned more from reconstructing a nest than I ever did from deconstructing one. I learned, how long it took. And this is going to be sped up. But it took Derek Randalls and I over 30 minutes and longer, and we still didn't do it justice. But it took us, both of us together, to kind of get close to what the original nest looked like. And I got some funny music for you to keep you guys awake. And I'll tell you right now, that took us a while, and we had to transport stuff from over 20, 25 feet away sometimes just to, once we depleted what was in our initial area. And we still didn't do it justice. We went back and just to see what it looked like a couple months later, and we couldn't believe that even all that material we had grabbed, it still wasn't close to the amount of material originally obtained for the original nest find. It's unbelievable, but it just goes to show you the amount of time went into making these nests, especially multiple nests. We did do nest sample collection with Dr. Meldrum out of Idaho State University. And he came out and helped us collect samples, both hair, debris, and soil samples, along with Derek Randalls, myself, and James Millian. Here's a few pictures of some of the hair collected. And there's a lot of hair, some known and many unknown hairs. And you can see some of them wrapped around the actual huckleberry themselves. Now, the hair was looked at, and I'm not a hair expert, but it does intrigue me because there was with the unknown primate-looking hair, there had red granules in it. And, a lot of reports, especially up in the Pacific Northwest, especially along the Clackamas, Mount Hood area, even up here in Washington, a lot of the Sasquatches are reported to have a reddish tinge to them or kind of a red color. And I know everybody, one man's black could be another man's brown, one man's red could be a black. So, but that was interesting. And they showed the match through visual analysis. They match other unknown hairs collected from both California, Oregon, Washington. And so, no dyed. They were in their natural environment. Going forward, we have, this is about 2 years old now. Derek Randalls and I did an adjacent lake in this area. I did find some really interesting tracks, multiple tracks, 2 different sizes. You had a smaller, what looked to be like a juvenile infant track, and then a much larger one. And as the crow flies, we're talking mere miles away, not very far at all. So that's some of the more recent stuff. Here's Cliff Berrickman out with me. He called me up because he got a report that was just down the road from the nest site. And so he came down and did an investigation with me. This kid was parked. You can see down the bottom left there, his peel out marks. He peeled out for a reason. He was parked there, hanging out, and across the way, across that creek, he saw a Sasquatch on all fours. It stood up. It looked at him. It got down on all fours and took off. And then to the right of it, he saw a second one. We went back there. We found odd pile of scat. It very well could be bear scat, but this large impression in the scat, something that stood on it. Cliff casted it, and it's lots of other overturned logs, some other odd impressions. This kid's story really matched up. There was a lot of matted area on the other side of the creek, and it's a stone's throw away from the nest area. So that was something I included here because it's all relevant, I think, in the same general vicinity, same area. Here's another video. This is on the logging road that leads up to the nest area. This is Derek Randall's. Let me see if I can play. This is Derek Randall's describing, and that's me trying to shake the tree, describing something his wife and he had seen or had saw when they were driving down this logging road.
So this is the tree that my wife and I saw being shaken, violently shaken, doubled over from up the road when we came into the nest area through the gate. And this is Shane standing by the tree, and as you can see, the tree is pretty big. He's pushing on it now. And that's all the movement you're getting out of it right there. When we came around the corner and saw the object pushing on this tree, it was doubled over in almost 90 degrees. So just wanted to show you what that looked like.
And the thing about that is Derek and his wife had been going in and out of that gate at the same time every day. Like I think it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, they were going through that gate and the same time every day. And Derek hypothesizes that possibly this thing was showing a bit of like, get the heck out of here sort of thing as a possibility. They did see, a blondish colored, figure. And when they went down there and stood there, this was much later. The Salal was much higher. This thing had to be at least 7 feet, he said, in his opinion. Okay, now here's another video. This is Dr. Meldrum's thoughts and opinions on when he came out to visit and view the nest site. So I'll play that for you guys next. I got lots of video and audio coming up here, but this is what Dr. Meldrum had to say about coming out to our nest site.
So Dr. Meldrum, we've spent a couple days and went out and explored the nest, and we've done some DNA testing or DNA sample gathering, and you've got to see the site firsthand, and just curious on your honest opinion of what you saw out there.
It was fascinating. I was really taken aback by the remarkable similarity of these ground nests with those that I've read about and seen photos of that are constructed by gorillas, for example, in Africa. There was remarkable structure to them. I mean, not only did we take core samples from the interior of the nests with the intent of subjecting those to environmental DNA survey, but we also looked very carefully at the structure of the nest itself, and it became very clear that these huckleberry boughs that had been broken off were in some cases essentially stuck into the ground, and then the foliage sort of plated in to the rim, the raised rim of these nests. I mean, it wasn't just a haphazard scraping together of material into an insulating layer that is more characteristic, say, of a bear bed, but it was a very intentional construction that actually, raised the lip to create a little insulative barrier from the moist soil. So I was amazed, and the setting, the positioning on that ridge overlooking the stream drainage, the thickness of the vegetation behind, the difficulty accessing, the number of beds and their arrangement here in that thicket was really quite stunning.
Very good. So we're gonna move forward here and see what these DNA tests yield, and I really want to thank you for your involvement.
Oh, thank you for inviting me and allowing me to participate. I think it's going to be a very fascinating discovery as it unfolds.
Very good, sir.
Okay, that was Dr. Meldrum again with his thoughts on the nest find. And think I forgot to mention earlier, this the original discovery was back in 2016. So I thought I mentioned that. Okay, and so there have been in history other possible nest finds. It's not like this is the only one. What's special about the area we're working in is there's multiple nests. Usually there's one found here, and maybe there's more. People just don't do exploring. But a couple of key things about this is they almost always seem to be found by timber cruisers or somebody involved with timber management. You know, Daniel Perez did an interview with a gentleman that worked for the timber company down there in the Bluff Creek area. His name was Lyle Lafferty. Yeah, he was, obviously working for the Forest Service. He came across tracks in 1967, the same time as the Patterson-Gimlin film. What was really interesting was in 1967, around the same time as Patty, the Patterson-Gimlin film was recorded by Bob Gimlin and Roger Patterson. Lyle Lafferty found a nest above Scorpion Creek, which feeds into Bluff Creek. Now, I got a lot of ideas what's going on with these nests. I think that it's possibly they're made for birthing scenarios or like a nursery sort of thing. I don't know if they're made all the time. I tend to say no, but who knows? But Patty, if you look at Patty in the Patterson-Gimlin film, she was obviously a female. She quite possibly had given birth or was about to give birth. I don't know, pure speculation. But I find it really odd that there was a nest found in close proximity to where this that film was taken. And there's been other nests found in Alaska, Northern California, and so they're almost always found by timber cruisers or somebody involved with the timber company, and they're a lot of times made out of huckleberry or something very similar, and they always seem to be in remote and hard to get to places, coming down a ridge and on some sort of plateau. Okay, these are just a few examples of known beds. Like there's a typical bear bed where they'll come up and scrape the bark off a tree and lay down. That's pretty typical. Deer bed is very similar to like an elk bed. A wood rat nest I've seen, I'm sure I can speak for a lot of you guys, I've seen hundreds of wood rat nests from California, a ton in California, to Oregon and Washington. We've had people come at us and say that these nests are wood rat nests, and I have to laugh. Again, we don't have a 7-8 foot tall wood rat like that little guy there on the right. Or it could be a big bird nest, maybe, I guess. Probably not. No. Okay, so here's the conclusion to this portion. We have unknown nests with unknown hair and definitely unknown behavior. Okay, you got a lot going on with these nests. And I kind of zoomed through that. Maybe you guys, I'm sure, have seen this. If you're new to it, you could probably go back and watch this. But I've presented this quite a few times at different symposiums, so I want to get into some different stuff. I'm going to go through some audio recordings from some of these areas, and I'm just a lot of them are looped. You can see I got different recordings here. I classify these as more primate sounding, and these particular ones were all in one recording in about 12 minutes worth of recording. I just took out the snippets of interest. They're very primate sounding to me, and whatever made these sounds found my recorder and was rather angry. But here we go. I'm going to go zip through these. And I'm going to zip through these. I got a lot of audio and stuff. That was very primate sounding to me. That one there, I did a lot of research on chimpanzees and gorillas, and I found some, and I didn't include them in this presentation, but are so similar, that thing. And this is all from one recording. I just took out tidbits out of it that I thought were interesting. And this one's called Two Grunts, Good Boy. It's not saying good boy. It's just, we like to familiarize it and categorize it that way. And so that was one complete record. It was a long recording. This thing was right above my recorder. There was percussives in there, knocks, and that was just some of it right up on my recorder. And that's actually about 5 years ago. Oh, excuse me. Here's a how it looks on Sonic Visualizer. Oh, this is the longer clip, excuse me. I know it's very hard to understand what's going on. The thing found my recorder was sniffing it. You know, at first, when I first listened to that portion, I thought bear, but no, there's so much going on there. It's much longer. There's percussives, knocks. This thing puts its muzzle right down on, or its face right down on my recorder, which was buried under debris. It was buried about 4 or 5 inches under debris. In fact, Shelly Covington, Montana, and my wife actually placed it for me based on some stuff we had happen the night prior. And this thing came right through, found it, and it had a lot of those very odd sounds. And of course, one of them was looped 5 times to "Oh, good boy." And you can see that there. Let's see, here's another one, 2 knocks and a voice. David Ellis actually helped me put this together several years ago. So credit to David Ellis for helping me with the sonic visualizer and the spectrographs. I'm going to zoom forward. Let me see here. Let me play it and I'll give context. I'm going to stop it there. So basically, this was on the Tillamook coast, on the Tillamook National Forest, and I had been camping out for a few days. I had something above my camp make those. I could hear it walking, and you could hear it walking through the salal, very close to my recorder, and it seems to make some very odd, like ape grunts. Here's some examples of. So basically, you have on the left, you have an actual gorilla chest beat. That's what it looks like on the sonic visualizer. And then on the kind of center to the right, you have what I recorded. And this was up in the Olympics. Sounds very chest-like to me, chest slapping. Now. So visually speaking, they're very, very comparable. Very obviously, one's in a controlled environment and the other was not. Mine was not in a controlled environment, and I have to apologize. That was actually David Ellis's recording. I do have one in here, I believe. Here we go. Here's the one I recorded up in the Olympics. And once again, visually speaking, it's very similar to a known gorilla chest slap. And that's visually speaking, okay? And it does sound like it too. Now, I've tried all sorts of experiments. I've heard, people come in, could it be an elk shaking? Could it be flapping of wings? And it doesn't even, those visually do not even look similar. I'm going to skip that one for time's sake. Okay, get into some new stuff. This is kind of, I did a podcast with Cliff Barrickman and Bobo that's going to air Monday on Bigfoot and Beyond, where we kind of start talking about some stuff that we've been working on. This is my buddy Todd Hale. I included him because he was a big portion of, he was there for a lot of the stuff that transpired I'm going to talk about. And he experienced a lot of this stuff with me and helped me collect a lot of the data. Spent a lot of nights out camping, a lot of weekends camping in this area. So I want to give him credit. Okay, let me tell you a little story. So Todd Hale and I were out back in February 21st, up in the Olympics, on the east side of the Olympics. And a couple weeks prior to that, Derek Randalls and I were out looking for new nests. We were looking for more nests in a different ravine we hadn't searched before. And so we were the last 4 years, since 2016, our main goal was to try and find and replicate the nest find, newer nests or older nests in a different area. We were checking out this new ravine, Derek Randalls and I, a few weeks back in February. And we came across, after trekking, came across what we thought were maybe older nests, much older, 3 or 4 years older than the original nest find. We weren't really sure. They looked like it, looked promising. There was a lot of travel in this area. Some of the game trails were odd, but this is the same creek it's the same creek we were searching, but a different ravine that the older nest site, or the original nest site, is in. And it's a mere few thousand feet away from the older nest site. Same sort of setup. You have ridge, fingers, and all. So we found some odd nests. Fast forward to February 21st. Todd Hale, my research partner with the Inland Project, and I decided to go check this area out. We got out there kind of late in the afternoon, and I just wanted to show him this new ravine. We go down, before we set up camp, we go on a hike and we go to check out this new ravine. And we get down right where I thought the ravine was about to start, and I see a little decline. So I start going down the decline, and to the right of me, I see a little plateau or finger. I went, Well, Todd Hill, he fell behind me a couple feet. He fell down on the ground. He was getting back up, and I told him to shut up because I was hearing something massive move on the other side of this finger. Massive. At first, I'm thinking bear. It's got to be a bear. But then it sounded way too big to be a bear. It was breaking sticks. I couldn't tell at the time if it was snapping them off the huckleberry, pardon me, or if it was stepping on them. And it sounded like it was approaching our position. And so I drew my weapon. He drew his weapon. We waited, and then this thing retreated back down the hill, back towards the ravine. And as we're listening, we hear this thing moving. And I was trying to figure out in my head, okay, is this bipedal or is this a quadruped? It sounded more bipedal, but it retreated away from us. But the funny thing was, as we're listening, and this is about 5 minutes worth, it starts making its way up behind us. It goes up this hill and up behind us, about our 9 o'clock. And I felt a little bit uncomfortable at that point. So I said, let's get back to a higher position. And we did. We got to a higher position. We were listening. We could still hear it. We waited we actually approached it, couldn't see it. It's very thick in this area. You can't see very far at all. Well, we didn't hear it anymore. So we decided to go back down and check out the plateau where this thing originated from. And we get back down in there, and I start seeing movement on the ground. I mean, not movement, but I see there's been something moving through this area. There's a large log on the ground, dead log that looked like something had stepped on it. And as I'm walking down or up to this little plateau of this finger, I'm seeing the salal on the ground. Looks like someone took a weed eater through there. I'm just lots of traffic, pluckings. And pardon me. So as we're moving up there, Todd and I, we find another log that something large had stepped on. And it's kind of a sunny day. It's about 4:35 in the afternoon. The sun's coming through. And as my attention goes from the ground, I start looking up, and all the huckleberry in this area had been snapped off. All the tips, a couple feet off the ground to over 6, 7, 8, 9 feet off the ground. Instantly in my head, I'm thinking, oh man, we just walked in on something really cool here. This could be a bad scenario or a good scenario. It's going to get dark soon. I don't want to touch anything. I want to have, some of my other partners come out. I want to get a hold of Derek Randalls. So we vacated the area before it got dark because it's quite a hike out and there is no route. You're just backpacking or bushwhacking. We make it back to camp. That night, I did get a hold of Derek. And that night we were in our tents. We heard something moving around. I got up the FLIR a few times. I didn't capture anything on FLIR. So the following day, bring Derek Randalls out there, and his wife Tori joined us. We go back out to where we heard this thing moving around. We also go back up to that little plateau, and we discover all the huckleberry breaks and stuff. We got really excited, and we discover a ginormous pile of huckleberry. It looks like it's starting to formulate a nest. Excuse me again. Man, I'm getting dry throat. Yeah, a huge pile of huckleberry. And we instantly knew what we were looking at. We were looking at a nest in the making. There was a couple real flat spots in this area where something big had been laying around. And once again, so we kind of looked around the area. We knew what we were dealing with then. The first time in 4 years, we come across another nest. And not only that, it was one in the making, which was profound. We always wanted to find a newer nest. We just didn't know we'd find a nest in the making. So a couple of days later, the Monday, we bring our buddy James Million out. And that was February the 24th. We brought James Million out the Monday. And we start surveying the area, just looking around without touching anything. We kind of all split up. James Million comes across this hand impression down the hill where we heard this thing moving and circling up behind us. It's like it put its hands down. There's a left and then there's a right. The one on the left hand was much clearer. You can make out the fingers and the thumb. The one on the right, you can kind of make it out, but it was in some moss and debris. Both were casted. And so it was making its way up this hill. There was a game trail there too. So it must have made its way up this trail. This was also behind a large fallen tree. So it could have taken cover behind there. Okay. So the hand, I think, speaks for itself. We get a hold of Cliff Berkman because I wanted him in on this. We decided to cast one of them in the hopes that we'd leave the other one for eDNA soil samples. So Cliff came out and helped cast this particular impression, the hand one, the left hand, not the right. And it was on a slope. It was very difficult to cast. But he worked his magic, and after many hours and a lot of hydrocal pack in and out of this area, we got the cast, which is currently in his possession right now. So there's a picture on the right, the top a bit casted. Okay, now we were originally going to have Dr. Meldrum come out. It was right when the pandemic started to take off. People are starting to do travel ban, all sorts of stuff. Meldrum was all scheduled to come out. We canceled him coming out. We didn't want to take the chance of him getting sick or spreading something. We just didn't want to take that chance. We made the call. So we were just going to collect samples on our end. So we brought Cliff back out to cast the second hand impression and to help collect some of the debris and see what else we could find. Well, lo and behold, after collecting the debris on the left there, you can see I copied that from Cliff's Instagram. Partially underneath some of the huckleberry that was piled up, it was another hand impression on a soil pile. And it was like a half hand impression. So we casted that, and that's the casting there in the center of your screen. It was also on a slope, a dirt, like a tailing pile where something had been digging. And on the other side there, underneath the debris, after we started peeling and collecting all this debris, putting it in big brown paper sacks, Cliff found 2 impressions underneath the debris, 14 inches in length. And they were both the same foot. So this thing basically shifted its foot. It went right and then it moved over, and it's the same foot, both right. And so we casted those. And actually, I don't think I have it here, but Cliff did cast another one. So we had 3 foot impressions and 3 hand impressions. One really clear one, and then 2 not so clear, but clearer. This is the rare case where the pictures do it justice and not the actual casting. See, here's some examples of the huckleberry breaks in this area. You can see some hair on the left there that was snagged. Yes, I've collected it. Collected a lot of hair. A lot of huckleberry breaks in this area. The whole area, and it was all fresh breaks from that day or the day before. Brand new breaks. Context here is some of the breaks were 8.5, 9 feet off the ground. Okay, just broken the tips off. So something big and tall. There was no evidence of claw marks or the branches being brought down. They were just completely snipped off. I don't think you really see it here, but I'm about 6 foot and I'm reaching my hand up, and it's another couple more, another foot to 2 feet up. So just wanted to include that for reference at some of these amazing breaks, the height. Let me back up real quick. Todd Hale, I thought I included. Todd Hale actually found a 4th impression days later when he came back out, and it was also 14 inches in an area we hadn't looked at in that plateau area. And the interesting thing about the 14-inch length is that's the size of Patty. If you know the Patterson Guggenheim, Patty was 14. So you have another 14-inch track. And these hands in cast, they weren't huge hands, but they were bigger than human. The fingers were much thicker. The thumb was kind of in an odd position. So yeah, let's move forward here. Oops, wrong button. Okay, I'm going to play a video. It's a trail cam piece of footage I captured back in 2017, a stone's throw away again from the nest site. And I was camping out on a friend's property. And I was a stone throw away from my logging gate that 2 different loggers, a couple months apart, had seen what they would describe at 3 o'clock in the morning. They would describe as family unit of Sasquatch. A big one, a smaller one, a mom and dad kind of set up, and 2 littler ones. So I was in that area camping, and I did camp there for purpose. And I was camping in a travel trailer, a nice piece of property in a remote area, very close to the same creek. And so I'll play I had a game camera on the bumper of my trailer, which is about 3.5 feet off the ground. And I'd like to put, when I'm camping in those scenarios, car camping, which is rare, but I do it, or travel trailer, I'd like to put the cameras on my vehicle or my person. That way it doesn't stand out and look weird. And there's some enhancements after the original plays. The date's wrong. The time's right. It was 1:40 in the morning. A cheaper camera too. 2017, same date though. And it was cold. It was about 28 degrees outside. My wife woke me up. She heard something moving outside, messing with our cooler. I said, don't worry about it. I went out, looked, didn't see anything. And there you have that figure walk by. It looks to be bipedal. And I'm in a fairly remote area. It's 28 degrees outside. Something was messing with our cooler. Prior to this, and these are loop clips. Prior to that, I was getting deer, coyotes. I was also getting raccoons, all the usual suspects. When this thing came into frame, 2 weeks after that, I didn't get anything. No animals. No animals came back. And I had multiple cameras out. No animals. These are enhancements. Cindy Goodell actually helped me out with some of these. And I see her there. The reason what looks to be the arm looks pointed is because of the pixelation on the camera and the speed. When I recreated this, my arm I look much smaller. You can tell I'm wearing clothes, and my arm does that triangular kind of shape based on the speed. Believe what you're looking at is a bipedal figure, the arm and 2 legs. And that's also a stone's throw away from the nest site. Hope I'm doing okay for time here. I've only shared this one. Cliff Berkman is aware of this. I shared it with him a while back when I got it, and he was intrigued. And I shared it with some other individuals, such as Cindy Goodell. And I'm just very intrigued by it, because if it's not a person, which I do not believe it to be, bar none, and then I'm left with the other. Okay. Oh, I just played that again. Okay, here's I'm just trying to keep you guys intrigued here. This is from the Gifford Pinchot area. Derek Randall was at a restaurant, and his kid came up to him and goes, hey, my buddies and I were out camping, or I had some buddies out camping in the Gifford Pinchot. They were camping out for 7 days in a remote area down a logging gate. On the last night of their stay, they were awoken. Some of them were already awake. I think they were out partying, and the other ones were asleep. Well, one of the kids' dad is a sheriff, and that after this transpires and happens, they leave the area and go to the sheriff's station. Sheriffs come up and never found anything, but this is what they experienced.
You hear it? Get Trevor. Austin, get the light.
excuse me, there's some
Hey!
bad language.
That was not an elk. Where's that coming from? Get my keys. Oh, get ready. Everybody, get in my truck.
And that's what they did. They departed the area. They got out of there. Now, there is one sound in there that people say, oh, that sounds very human-like. Well, yeah, if you look at it on a spectrograph, it appears to be actually more than one individual making those noises from different areas. And you hear what I describe as power knocks. And the other thing, too, is this was going on for a lengthier period of time. This kid, they're about 18 years old, 7th day out there, he just decided to start filming. He thought somebody was messing with him and they were going to go bust him, and he wanted to get on camera, and realized that it wasn't a person, wasn't an elk, and they got freaked out and left. Eventually came back and grabbed their stuff, but they were down at Dead End Logging Road for 7 days out in the Gifford Pinchot. I don't know exactly where, but I just thought I'd include it. I think it's very intriguing because I've heard many encounters like that. Okay, what do they look like? I'm throwing a lot of stuff in here. This was made for Wally Hersham, one of the old benefactors of the Olymp Project and old benefactor for the BFRO. This was actually made in the image of what Derek Randall saw back in 1985. This is what he saw, and it was sculpted and made. It's a metal thing. So, I think Sasquatch looks very similar to this. I think there's some differences, but very similar, at least with the face. Many descriptions like that. And I thought I'd include that because what I'm going to show you next, I thought was very intriguing. This is a still from the trail cam footage that Sarah and Jonathan Brown, down in Chehalis out by the reservation out there, captured this. It was their footage. They were using one of our FLIRs that we loaned them. They were having all sorts of stuff happen on the property, and had a possible sighting. And this is a still. That's David Ellis on the left in front of this thing as a overlay. So we overlaid David Ellis to show you a size comparison, and we've done a lot of stuff with this. The one on the right, in the video, you can make out the head movement. You got 2 large pectorals and that's where the heat's coming from. This thing was massive. What you see on the left here on the second picture is actually a cow. There was cows in there. Some people have said this is a cow. Well, that's a steep slope on the other side there. It's not a cow. And so I just wanted to compare what Derek saw to this thing, and I thought it kind of fit pretty nice. It's obviously not perfect, but, very large. It's kind of what Derek believes he saw back in 1985 that made him, into a Bigfoot researcher. So I overlaid that to kind of show you this thermal signature, this thermal hit on a FLIR unit. And then you got the statue, the recreation. And, oh man, that's pretty close. Okay, we're going to get into some of the audio actually captured from this new nest area. I was going out there February, March, and April. I had audio out there. I'd go out to this area a couple of 100 yards away and would record for 2 or 3 nights, and then I'd replace the SD cards. I did later put a unit in there that recorded for 25 nights consecutively, a long-term unit, and I've yet to go through that. So I don't know what's on there. I'm kind of excited, but here's some, and I got some notes here. Power strike. David Ellis, once again, helped me. He found these in my audio that I sent him. He helped me clean them up or clip them. And this is what they're labeled. I'm going to go through and play these. This is what, and this is all recorded from the months of February, March, April of this year, near the nest site, the new nest site. Sorry, that one jumped ahead. So that power strike does sound like it's almost like a vocal, but when you visually look at it and given the area and the echo, it's a knock on something. All right, here's a possible whoop. And we've heard these out there in person. We say possible because we did not see what did it, so I can't say a Sasquatch, but possible. Whoop. And these are looped. They're looped. It was just one single whoop. Here's which is played, but I'll play it again. Interesting vocalization. And they're not just interesting to the ear. They're also very interesting on sonic visualizer, looking at them visually, looking at their signatures and comparing them to knowns and unknowns. This one here, Todd Hale actually recorded this one when we were out there. And this one, I really like this one. It's called 2 knocks, 2 response knocks, 2 screams. And that's just what we called it based on, we can't prove that's exactly what it is, but. Knock, knock, and you get 2 more knocks. All right, I could play it again, but I'm going to keep going forward here. 2 long screams recorded in the same area. Okay, that was looped 3 times, but very long and very lengthy, and 1 to 2 individuals. This one needs some context. Where I placed my recorder, I kept placing the same spot. In the second night I placed it out there, something very large moved through the area, and you're going to hear some pounding and something moving around very close to my recorder, and it was either stomping around or I'm not really sure, but I thought it was of interest. I'll stop there. That's not looped. That actually goes on for like almost a minute, but I'm going to fast forward here. Interesting and familiar scream. The reason it's labeled familiar is David Ellis has heard something very familiar or very similar, and he's got other recordings very similar from around the country that have been sent to him. All right. That's why it's important to keep recording in these areas, to do it continuously. I mean, the more time you could spend in one area, you never know what you're going to capture. Oops, sorry. Let me get out of here. Uh-oh, now I've done it. Let me see here. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Let me see. Okay. That's it. That's it, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. There's, that's basically just, snippets of what's going on out in this area. And some of the other, obviously some of it wasn't related, but I try to keep it interesting and throw in a couple of different things in there so people enjoy it. But yeah, there's a lot going on in this area. Maybe not at the moment as far as new activity, it's been pretty quiet, but I expect that things to move on. Something stays in an area too long and they'll leave a trace and be discovered. So.
That was awesome, Shane.
Right on. Yeah, enjoyed that. Thanks.
Man, some of those the audio that you have there gave me goosebumps. A couple of ladies that were in here just a second ago were like, "What is that?" That's Bigfoot, sweetheart, out in the woods.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what else it could be, honestly, and I've done a lot of recording.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, been doing a lot of recording out in this area, and a lot of this compares to a lot of other stuff we recorded in the past, and also stuff that David Ellis has in his library. So, yeah, it's just an exciting project, and glad I can work with a lot of good people. There's a lot more people involved in this, and it's just good to work with such a great group. And I know Cindy Goodell is going to be making her way up here at some point to help do some of the surveying because that's out of my league. I'm going to leave it to the professionals.
Cindy came back to us. She's in the room with us. If any of you guys have any questions for Shane, go ahead and chime in right now. I don't have anybody on the YouTube chat room for questions for Shane. Man, I would love to go and play with you guys.
I know. Should come up. I did have one question. I think I know the answer, but you have recorders out there 24/7, right?
Not currently. No, I don't have anything out there at the moment.
Those recordings were awesome.
Yeah, and they were recorded over a span of, most of them were March and April. Most of them. There was some in February. And a lot of them were further away. A lot were close to the recorder. And like I said, I have a unit I had out there that was more centralized. This was on the outskirts. This one that's more centralized that recorded for 25 straight nights from 6 till 9 in the morning. And I have no idea what's on there. So. Right.
Those are similar to recordings that we've gotten out in the Tillamook Forest.
Exactly.
There's like the same essence to it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty cool. Yay.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's super awesome.
Very
well,
I do have a question for Shane.
We got Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Let's ask him to unmute. You're muted.
Yeah.
You're muted, Ron. Ron, you're muted. I'm saying it there.
I just got an email from Moorhead, and he says he can't join. Can you send him a link?
Yes, I will send him another link here right now. I will do that right now. Let's do this.
All right, Shane, what type of recorders are you using that you can get that long of a period to record?
So for I just use Tascam DR05s just for the maybe with that battery pack external that record for 2 to 3 nights. The Olympus LS7 is what I use for the long-term units. Chris Spencer, who's also an Olymp project member and was in the chat room earlier, fantastic researcher. He actually helped me put it together. It was his kit, and he uses like an ammo can box, external mics, LS7. The LS7 because it records continuously and has just all the right features, and we've yet to find another recorder that can do that. The problem with the LS7, the Olympus, is they don't make them anymore, and they're super hard to get. It took me 3 months to get one, and I got it from Canada. So, yeah, if you ever had any questions about the long-term unit, Chris Spencer's got it dialed in. You can find him on Facebook. I think he's on Instagram. But he's a fantastic guy, and I learned a lot when it comes to how to set that up. And it's such a cool little cheap unit. And he used basically a motorcycle battery to keep it charged. So,
wow.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
So I just sent Ron an email for the link here, this little group here. Shane, again, thank you for your time. We're running into Scott's time now.
oh yeah, I want to hear Scott.
Scott,
I can use the restroom, but I'll be back.
We'll be right here waiting for you.
We keep going getting drinks and food, potty breaks.
That's me. I get a little bit of talkie, and then I'm watching. I'm like, I need another drink.
Right.
Scott, welcome back. pleasure to see you again. I've been following you on the Facebook, and many blessings on your travels and stuff. You and your wife are amazing people, and I wish you guys the best. So without further ado, Blue Mountain Research, Scott Villette, one of the leading researchers, and man, some of the foot casts that this guy's got are amazing. If you were out here last year for the Bigfoot, to see firsthand the foot casts that this man has, they are truly amazing. Without further ado, Scott Villette, it's all yours, sir.
All right. Well, hi. Well, like you said, hey, Cindy. Yeah. Hi, Shane. Haven't seen you in a while. Too bad we didn't get to do our festival. Yeah.
I know. Next year, hopefully.
Yeah, next year we're down. Yeah. So, well, I'm with Blue Mountain Bigfoot Research. I'm going to see if I can share my screen here.
I'm going to mute my channel.
So, is that it? Are we good?
Looks good on my end.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, if you look at the background on this picture, this is the Blue Mountains. That's where we do our research. A lot of people don't know that there are mountains east of the Cascades, but there are in Oregon. We're known as the Alps of Oregon. We have some of the highest peaks in Eastern Oregon. Not quite as tall as Mount Hood, but darn close. But what's interesting about the Blue Mountains is a lot of people don't know this. There's 27,000 square miles of forest that nobody lives in. And it connects with the Rockies in Montana and the Cascades down south of Oregon. So it's a natural corridor between those two places. Let's see if I can switch my slides here. Our research group consists of just 4 of us right now, my wife and I, and my Squatching buddy, Pete Nelson. No relation to the guy who builds tree houses, but he is a contractor. And we got a gal over in, her name's Christy Sanders, and she lives over in the Portland area. So she handles all our Portland stuff when we get that over there. So I'm going to jump right into this. And gotta watch the time here, but I want to talk to you about the difference between Bigfoot and science and belief. For me, it's about the science. I am an anthropologist, and I'm a cultural anthropologist, and I've worked with Native American tribes from all over the nation for years. And I want to separate the difference between belief and actual science. So first of all, what got me into this is being an anthropologist and having working with tribes from all over the nation. I spent 4 years with the Miwok tribe, and Shane said he was spent a lot of time in Yosemite National Park. I lived 15 miles from the front gate of Yosemite National Park for a lot of years. Gosh, about 10, I think. I don't know, it was a lot. But anyway, I was working with the Miwok Indian tribe there, and I was gathering information about their history because they got lumped into the Paiute tribe when it came to getting a treaty with the United States. So we were trying to separate them from that and get their own treaty as an individual tribe. And in order to do that, we need to document their history. And we started looking for petroglyphs and pictographs and historical sites that we could do some archaeological digs on, which we found several, actually. One of them was really interesting, and Cindy might like this, but we had to dig through a mining camp down into the Native American. It was a blast. But anyway, so they started showing me all these pictographs, and they showed me a pictograph, and I do not have a photo of it. But what it was this large creature, and I asked them, what is that? And the elders of the tribe told me, this is Bigfoot. And just nonchalantly, this is Bigfoot. I mean, just they knew it. And so what happened was I went, Bigfoot, really, you know, it's kind of a shocker to me. But then I started looking into the legends and other tribes and other nations throughout the United States, and I found over 175 different names for Bigfoot clocked in nation lore from all over the United States. So every legend has a basis in fact. So we started looking at all these pictographs and petroglyphs, and if you can see here, there's a big creature in the middle and another one on the side here. But right next to it, you'll see a photo of, it looks like somebody holding a spear or an arrow, riding a horse, which is interesting to me because this is a pictograph depicting, they know what deer look like, they know what mountain goats look like. This is some of the pictographs of those. They know what people look like. They have pictographs right next to this, but they have this very large creature with long arms and big feet and big hands. So to the natives, this is Bigfoot. This is a famous one that's down in Central California. This is a historical one. I have never been to the site, but Kathy Markowitz, did I say that? I think I did. Anyway, she, if I butchered her name, sorry, Kathy, but her and I chatted about this, and she's done the major research on this. And this is a picture of a Bigfoot, and Mrs. Bigfoot and baby Bigfoot. And if you see, you've got the tribe, the hunters down at the bottom there. So they know what the natives look like. They painted them right there. But they have these huge, enormous creatures standing around them. And what's interesting is down by the lady Bigfoot here, on the left of the screen, if you look down, you have two things that look like sticks with little gadgets on the bottom of them. What those are pictographs of atlatls. Now, that's interesting because an atlatl is basically a spear chucking device. And that device was invented a long time ago, like maybe 600 years before the bow and arrow. So we know that this pictograph, that dates this pictograph to over 600-700 years ago. So I started looking at some of the pictographs and pictures. Now, what I have here is a picture of Patty from the Patterson-Gimlin film. On the left, I got to make sure this is left to you guys. I think so. But anyway, and on the right is a photograph of a Bigfoot I took 2 years ago. Now, let me explain this Bigfoot. After 25 years of research and taking reports from people, I was able to put pins and maps and work out like a almost a migration pattern in the Blue Mountain area, and which allowed me to be in the right place at the right time, in the right time of year, in the right location, to where it was considered a hot spot at that time of the year. And spending a lot of time in the woods, that's where I was able to, for the first time in 25 years, able to actually see one of these creatures for myself. Now, to back this up, I actually have casts of the footprints of this creature. I saw this, it growled at me. I growled back at it. I shot the photo. I heard a whistle off in the woods to the left of this. This creature turned and walked away. Now, where it was standing, we stayed there for almost a week after that. And we shot lasers through trees. We measured everything. This creature was 6 foot tall, which was kind of small for a Bigfoot, really, but they got to have children. So that's probably an adolescent Bigfoot. The whistle I heard off in the woods was probably mom or dad telling them to leave the people alone and get out of there. But when we got down to where it was standing, we found 3 16-inch footprints and 3 9-inch footprints next to them, and we have the casts of those. But what was interesting to me was if you look at those photographs of the Bigfoot, and you look at the morphology of the Native American depictions, especially in the masks, we end up with you have a prominent brow ridge. You have kind of a button type nose. You have a wide mandible at the base. If you look at these photos here, and then when you look back at the Native American photographs or pictographs, you've got the button nose, you've got the wide mouth, and you've got a prominent brow ridge. So what you're looking at is 500 to 1,000-year-old photographs of Bigfoot. We have photographs today. You know, Patty, 1967. Mine was in 2018. And you have these photographs from 500 to 600 to 1,000 years old. So that's what brings me into real evidence. We have hard evidence of Bigfoot. These footprint casts, there's some famous depictions here, some famous ones. The one on the left is from the Freeman film, and Paul Freeman took this cast in the Blue Mountains, 15 miles as the crow flies from where I took that photo of that Bigfoot is where the Freeman film was filmed. So I maybe got a picture of a descendant of that Bigfoot. So what we got is hard evidence out there today of Bigfoot, and it's a foot cast that kind of got me into this. Not just that they are foot casts, but the morphology of the foot casts. So let's take, this is the one from the Patterson film. There's a certain shape to these things that cannot be duplicated by just carving a piece of wood. Oh, they probably could, but it would take a lot of time. But if you, to lay out the bone structure in these things, this is what it looked like. Now, on the left side here, we've got a drawing of the bone structure of a Bigfoot foot. And I'm fairly certain this was drawn out by Dr. Grover Krantz years ago. And the one on the right, you have a photograph or a drawing of a human. Now, you can see almost immediately some distinction between the two. One, the Bigfoot foot is wider. Two, the calcaneus is longer. That's that bottom one. The one on the bottom, the heel bone, is longer than the human's ones. And it looks like where the ankle attaches is further forward on the Bigfoot, but it's really not. It's about the same as a human. It's just that their heel bone is longer. So their foot tends to be a little bit longer and wider. And as mentioned in some of the other presentations was the fact that their foot bends in the middle. This here was drawn by Dr. Jeff Meldrum, and where he laid out that the distinction between the human foot and the Bigfoot foot was the fact that they bend in the middle, the mid-tarsal break. The reason they do that is because we have an arch. Our arch doesn't allow our foot to bend in the middle. If we didn't have an arch, it would bend in the middle. They don't have the arch because they need that big wide pad to support the massive amount of weight they have. So that gives them the ability not to sink in the ground as much as we do when we walk, and they walk totally different than we do. So if you're looking at a footprint cast, you cannot take a human's footprint and blow it up and make it, 16 inches long, and then think that you're gonna fool us with that because it's shaped completely different. So some of these footprint casts, like this one here, and I have a copy of this cast that I keep with me, have dermal ridges in them. They have actual fingerprints. And once again, these have been studied and by men before I got into this, and found that some of the dermal ridges that are found in some of these casts do not match human patterns. Also, we have this famous cast from the past. This is up in Bosburg, Washington, and this is called cripple foot, which if you were to lay the bone structure out in this foot you'll find that you have a deformed foot. Well, this deformity actually is a human ailment also. It's called clubfoot, and it's caused by uh, a spinal cyst at birth. But to diagnose it, even without an x-ray, you'll have two nodules on the outside of the foot due to the calcium buildup from the separation of the bones. This cast has that. So if this Bigfoot, if this was faked, it was faked by a podiatrist, but it was faked 1,089 times because they found 1,089 of these footprints. So that's hard evidence, and we've got tangible photographs from 500 years ago of Bigfoot. So this, I'm looking at this as a historical situation. If you go back in time, and this has been around long before we've had Photoshop, long before we had cameras, these creatures have been here in North America and around the world for who knows how long. Let's take a guess. We've got the Gigantopithecus theory, and I know a couple other people's already talked about this today, so I'm going to breeze through this real quick. But I want to point out something. Where those bones of the Gigantopithecus is found is interesting. They're in Asia, on the edge of the Bering Strait. Where were we 10,000 years ago? In Asia, on the edge of the Bering Strait. During the Ice Age, we crossed over. That was land. It wasn't ice, it was land. People lived there. It wasn't part of the glacial area. It was actually tangible, livable land. And if we migrated to America from Asia, why couldn't another species done the exact same thing? Several did. So I want to show you this here, and what I want to talk about with this. Remember this photo from high school, everyone? Remember that? I want to tell you it's bunk. That's not how this works. A little evolution history here. We have had several different groups of humans living on the planet at the same time. The oldest one is the Ardipithecus group. Ardipithecus was found, I don't know, 20 years ago, something like that. And it was one of the first upright walking primate hominid on the planet. And if you take our family tree and think about it like a waterfall, up here at the top of the waterfall, the water's together. We have a common ancestor up here in the top of the waterfall. And as the water comes down the mountain, it separates. Well, as it hits different rocks, different terrain, it changes. Well, the same thing happened with human evolution. If we look at it this way, you take the group, and as they spread out across the continent, across the world, terrains changed, climates changed, and they had to adapt to those climates and those terrains to survive. So this is how evolution worked. But here's the interesting part. In our group, if you see all this group right here, a lot of those were together at the same time. It wasn't one group over here and the same group over here, and then they died out and another group started. It was, this group was over here, this group was over here, and they were alive at the same time. At any given time in human history, there's been 5 species of humans living at the same time. So what makes genus Homo, human beings, is 2 things that are classified as separate from primate ape or primate Homo. Whether you're a primate gorilla, chimpanzee, those guys, they walk on all 4 and they have very large canine teeth. What makes us humans is we walk on 2 legs and we have very small canine teeth. So here's a history for you. Homo sapiens, us. Homo Neanderthal, and a bit of Homo heidelbergensis. We got Homo erectus, Homo nadali and Homo floresiensis, by the way, who developed after we did. They're a newer species than us. They just died out. There's 5 species that live together at the same time. So what happens if we say Homo gigantopithecus? Maybe Gigantopithecus, maybe not. Maybe another Homo species. Let's call it Homo Sasquatch. They could very well be a human species that has lived alongside of us for thousands of years, and just knows us as kind of the parasite that we are, you know, and they want to stay away from us because they've seen us wipe out other species. So that's our hard evidence that we have in footprint cast and historical evidence to say that these things, and I know they exist, I don't believe they exist. I have actually seen one. So what do we have in soft evidence? We have tons of sounds, photos, tree structures. Shane just shared a ton with you. It was awesome. All these things are soft evidence. I call it soft evidence because they really, we can't use any of them, especially today because of all the Photoshop and digital alterations you can do to stuff. I mean, it's awesome to collect this stuff. I've got tree knocks. I have recorded whoops. I've got casts that I've taken. I've had rocks thrown at me. I had a tree pulled out of the ground and laid by my tent in the middle of the night. That was kind of a message to hike out of there the next morning, you know. But I've had all this stuff happen to me, and it is fantastically energizing, but I can't use this scientifically as evidence. Especially today, it's just not really proof. What is proof? DNA is probably one great thing that we have. But that other stuff is what I call interesting, but not conclusive. So what's the point of doing this research? Well, I'll tell you why I'm doing it. I first got into it because it was intriguing to me, and I've done it for 25 years. I haven't been very vocal or outside the box with it because I was working in an academic world for a long time, and funding seems to dry up if you say you're chasing Bigfoot. But I have kept up with everybody, you know, and everything that's found out there. Why I'm doing it now is a little bit different. It's beyond intriguing to me. Now that I know they exist, what are we going to do to prove it? What are we going to do to show the world that this is a documented species? Well, one of the reasons I want to do it is to vindicate the thousands of people who have witnessed the Bigfoot, myself included. I get about 140 reports just in the Blue Mountains a year from different people, and this is for Shane. People picking huckleberries. I got somebody chased that. We had a couple that were chased out of the woods because they were picking huckleberries. So I want to vindicate those people. And I want to classify what they are. Are they some kind of North American great ape? Are there a species of primitive human? Are there forest spirits? Are there aliens, or are they just a myth? All this stuff is great, and there's that possibility for all these things. But until we document one, we can't fill in the rest of the box. We can't really say it's an alien because does it have alien DNA? We know that everything on this planet, including trees, have a genetic code that matches everything else on this planet. Shocking. We have DNA code that matches tree DNA code in us because there is a base pair of genes in everything on this planet that says you're from Earth. There's only one species on the planet that doesn't have that. and that's the octopus. I don't know where they're from, but I'd like to find out. But yeah, so okay, so where's Blue Mountain Bigfoot research headed now? We've collected cats, we've got sounds, we've got all the stuff, and everybody's out there collecting that stuff, and we've got libraries of this information. But it really hasn't got us any closer to documenting the species. And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just mainstream science is always poo-pooed out of the box thinking and things that they can't tangibly hold. And I know that I've lived it for years. So what can we do next? And where I want to go is to change my thinking. I am a cultural anthropologist. I've done forensic anthropology. I've done archaeological digs. I've done the whole history thing. I spent, like I said, 4 years doing archaeological digs for the Miwok Indian tribe. I did 2 years down in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, which is an amazing place. And if you want to talk about aliens, there's some possibilities there, because that stuff is phenomenally built down there. If you've ever heard of Chaco Canyon, go look it up. But where can we take this whole research thing further? And last October, my wife and I decided to strike out on our own, basically, as they say. We sold our house. We bought a pull behind camper trailer. We're living full time in that since October, and we basically hit the road as nomads. Last month we left our home and we started trekking across the United States. If you see this beautiful forest behind me, that's in Maine. We are in a place called Millinocket, Maine, on the base of Mount Katahdin, which is the highest point in Maine, which is 5,000 feet, which is kind of laughable to us Oregonians, but it's still the highest place in Maine. And there's Bigfoot reports here. And I have my logo and stuff all over the side of my truck. And on a constant basis, we pull into gas stations, we pull into grocery stores. I get out of my truck and somebody will inevitably walk up to me and say, "So you do Bigfoot research?" And I go, "Yeah, I do." And they said, "I got a story for you." And then, so we decided, this has been happening for a few years with us, so we decided to take this nationwide. So what we're doing is we're going to be traveling around the nation collecting Bigfoot stories. And mostly from locals. We're going to be doing like these town hall meetings like they did on Finding Bigfoot, just all over the United States, primarily in Bigfoot hotter spots. The Kansas, there's not a lot of Bigfoot activity, but we're going to hit some of these Bigfoot areas. Like we're only, I think, 25 miles from Canada from where we're at in Maine right now. And then when Shelley, in fact, when Shelley was doing her presentation, she played some tree knocks and I had my headphones off. And so I had my speakers going. And when she would play the tree knock just a few minutes ago, I'd hear a tree knock in the woods out here in response to that. And I haven't heard it since. So it's kind of interesting. But so what we want to do is collect these stories. And we want to not just collect them just to have a book full of Bigfoot stories. Like I said, as a cultural anthropologist, I want to find out the culture of Bigfoot. So where we're headed now is to collect these stories from around the nation and document them in a way that we can set up a profile of a day in the life of a Bigfoot. What they eat, how they live, what's their family structures. And I think with enough information from people seeing, I saw a Bigfoot, catching fish. I saw I had a Bigfoot come steal my fish out of fish roll. I've had that story. I saw a Bigfoot twist a tree. You know, and some of the stuff that's happened to me, rocks being thrown at me. What are these whoops in the woods? What are the tree knocks for? And I think by gathering data, I need to see, we can collect enough information to start putting together the culture of Bigfoot. And I don't know if anybody's out there tried this yet, or even hinted at it. If they have, I'd love to talk to them. But this is where we're going. We're trying to figure out not what they are, but who they are. So that's what I got for today. So any questions out there? Anyone?
Where, Scott, where are you heading next?
Well, we're going to spend the summer here in Millinocket, Maine, until September. And then we're actually, for other reasons, we have to go to South Dakota for a little while. And then I think in the summertime, we're going to head down to the Big Thicket in Texas after that. Summer? Or in the winter, you know, we're going to head down south, maybe hit, you know, the Big Thicket in Texas. And I definitely have to go to Boggy Creek because that's a must, I think, in the Bigfoot world. So we're going to maybe down to Falk, Arkansas, and we'll probably spend the winter down south and then come back up to Oregon in the spring in Washington.
When are you guys, when are you going to actually do one of these town halls, and what kind of setup is it going to be? Kind of like the Finding Bigfoot setup in a town hall or something like that?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. We actually have one scheduled here in Maine. And we're at a campground that we're spending the summer at. And because it's Maine's a little bit different. Back here in the East, it's a little bit different than what we're used to in the West. I mean, they don't have national forests. They have state parks, and they don't have BLM land. So people, when they camp, they have to camp in campgrounds. It's weird. But anyway, so we're in this campground, and what we're doing, we've been advertising for about a month and a half now. And we're going to be doing like a Bigfoot talk, basically what I just did, and a town hall meeting here at the campground. So we've already got a lot of people scheduled to come, and it's just going to be an outdoor event. And we're just going to do kind of a town hall, just hi, you know, I have a map here, show me what you found, kind of deal. So
cool.
Nice.
So yeah, we're going to be booking those across the United States if the United States ever opens up again here shortly, I hope.
Scott, I did have a question for you.
Yeah.
So the Freeman footage, you're obviously familiar with it.
Yes.
And last year when I saw you at Wolf Creek Inn, you had your pictures up from your encounter. How far away was your encounter to Paul's, where the famous video where he's like, there he goes, or whatever he says?
Yeah. There he goes. Yeah, that one. As a crow flies, 15 miles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're only like 15 miles south of where that is.
Nice.
And the reason I started doing the research there, I actually had moved back home about 15 years ago. That's home for me. Where the Freeman film was filmed, I actually lived only 9 miles from there, where I grew up and went to high school. That's my backyard.
Wow.
So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome presentation.
Oh, thank you.
It's funny, all the anthropologists kind of cover the same stuff in different ways.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
A little bit different versions.
Yeah, everybody goes into depth in a different point, you know.
Right.
It's the same story, but we got different points.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
So.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be changing our website here shortly from Blue Mountain Bigfoot Research to, our website's squatchoregon.com if you want to go see what we're doing. We've got a YouTube channel called Blue Mountain Bigfoot Research. But we are going to be changing all this to Squatch America here shortly.
That's cool.
Yep. So.
I'm trying to look at the schedule, Scott.
Okay.
So you still have like a few more minutes.
Oh, do I? Okay.
You have 20 minutes left, Scott.
What?
I was talking to the guest here.
Okay.
You got 20 minutes. You could throw out some other stuff.
Yeah, I can do that. Hold on. I've got a lot more slides. I just cut some off this presentation. Let me go to my whole slide thing here.
There you go.
Okay, so let's talk about the Blue Mountains. How's that? Woo!
Yeah.
All right. So this is the Blue Mountain range. So you got the East Cascades and the West Cascades. And like I said, this goes past Oregon through the Panhandle of Idaho and into the Rockies in the Bitterroot area in Montana. So if we've got Bigfoot in the Rockies and north into Canada in the Rockies, and they need to get to Bluff Creek, California, this is the route they take. They go from up there in Montana through the Blue Mountains, past where the Freeman film was, into the Cascades, where all those awesome documentation's been happening for a long time around Mount Hood, and then straight down into Bluff Creek, California, and into the Sierras. So we have a natural corridor for migration, basically. If they migrate, they might just travel and move like we do, instead of migrating through, and we get a lot of stuff we get a lot of reports in the wintertime and a lot of snow footprints, because I don't think they migrate out of the snow, but what I do is I think they travel. If an area is running out of food or something, they will move to another area not far away, and then eventually they will work their way down to different areas. And I think just like humans did, so there's that. I'm trying to think, what else do I got here? I could talk about new species being found.
Type in here and see if we got some chatters.
Okay. So
oh, look at
I want to talk about, there's new species being found all the time, and people poo-poo this idea that there's any new things on the planet, and there are, especially in the oceans for sure. But the giant squid was talked about since 1550. It was discovered in 1880, and the first actual photo of one taken alive in the ocean was January of 2002. And like I said, we've got natives who talked about the Bigfoot 1,500 years ago. And I'd like to say we got the first photo of it in 1967. So here's another one. The Billy ape was discovered in the Congo in 1996. It wasn't classified as an actual creature until 2003. This is a primate that's 5 feet tall, running around jungles in the Congo, and nobody discovered it until 2003. Here's another one. The dogfish shark was discovered in the Gulf of Mexico along the shore in Texas and down into Mexico in 2018. This is a shark that swam along the coast, and sharks been around for like one of the longest times on the planet. They're one of the oldest species on the planet. So let's see. That's what I got for those. Any other questions? Quick, save me, somebody.
A question for Scott?
Uh-huh.
No? Okay. I thought I had some questions here. Ladies have a question?
No. Hi, Scott.
Hi.
I've got a 20-second delay on the screen that's showing
Oh,
here
okay.
in the room and stuff. So this picture that's on my laptop here in front of me
Uh-huh.
is about to go onto the big screen here.
Yeah. In about 20 seconds. There it goes.
Here that have taken, there it is, that have taken photos in the Mount Hood area, and maybe as soon as I'm done here, I can take a look at these photos and stuff. But I may give them your email, Scott, just to bounce it off of you. Anybody else that would like to take a look at these photos, maybe bounce an email back and forth.
Right. Right. So I kind of told the story about this photo. I don't know if you can see the depiction here. It's blown up quite a bit. That's why it's blurry. Well, Bigfoot's blurry anyway, right? But this one here, it was about 200 feet away from me, down a hill in a little opening. My camera kept trying to focus on the foliage in front of it. Now, this wasn't a trail cam. I actually took this with a camera in my hand. I'll go into a little more detail about this. We were actually following up on 5 reports we got in this area in the same week.
Wow.
So in the same week, I got 5 reports. So we started hitting this area hard. And I was hiking along this trail. And by the way, this is on the edge of a watershed area. Funny, the Freeman film was taken in the watershed area. This is on the edge of a watershed area. So we were hiking down this trail, and I smelt this smell. Now, I've had this smell described to me a whole bunch of times from a lot of people giving me reports. I had never smelt it myself. The best thing I can say is wet dog, skunk, and garbage, maybe onions in there somewhere, but it was bad. I smelt that smell. I immediately told the guy I was with, I said, if that is a Bigfoot from all the description I've got, that smells like the descriptions I've heard. So I told him, let's just keep hiking to see if we could get it to follow us. Because I've heard of Bigfoot tracking people, and I think Shane talked about a little bit having something circle him and stay up in the woods. So we thought maybe that might happen too. And if it ever crossed the path behind us, it was raining that day. So we had a muddy trail. So I had a chance of getting footprints. So we kept hiking and the smell went away. So I said, it's not following us. So I turned around and we walked back. And as soon as we got to where this creature was, it was about 200 feet down a really steep hill from us. We were like on one of those trails where you got the cliff on one side and just straight down on the other. So this thing it was kind of a grunt huff, kind of, and I stopped. We both froze and we started looking around, looking for where this was coming from. So I went back at it, and it huffed back at me, and that's when I saw it. I saw it doing this. Its head was going back and forth like this in that little opening. So I immediately started taking pictures. My camera was trying to autofocus, and I was grabbing the lens, and I heard the gears popping in my lens when I was trying to hold it still to keep it focus. I took a whole bunch of shots, and then we heard this whistle off in the woods, and it turned and walked towards the whistle. And it was, for all intents and purposes, it was a whistle, kind of like a person's whistle, but it was more like not done with the lips. What I'm trying to say, it was way louder. It was just this high pitched whistle sound. And like I said, this turned towards that whistle and walked off. And it was behind brush and stuff, so we didn't see where it went. It just kind of vanished. So we we stood there for a little while. We waited till it got dark. We did some whoops. We did some tree knocks. Nothing. Then the next morning when the sun came up, we went down the hill because it was getting pretty late when this happened. We went down the hill, and sure enough, where it was standing, we found 3 15-inch footprints with 3 9-inch footprints next to them going up this muddy bank. So after figuring out where this was, where it was standing, because we got the footprints, we were able to see where we were standing. We shot lasers through trees. We measured with the tape measure where the laser hit, where the head was, and this was 6 feet tall. So I think this was the juvenile, and the whistle was probably mom or dad that we didn't see with the 15-inch footprints. So that was my encounter, and so that's knocked me out of belief, if you could say, into proof of what these things really exist.
Right. And that's what I have to say on that one too. Like once you see something like that with your own eyes, and it's hard to describe to somebody else what you saw, but once you see it, it's definitive for yourself. It puts peace of mind to the whole myth legend part. It becomes reality. And
exactly, yeah.
it's powerful. That's a moving moment. When I saw a couple of years back, I had no camera, but what made it happen for me was actually being able to see the palm and all the ridges in the palm of the hand as it came back behind him. And he was 9.5 feet tall. It was huge. And he went straight up the side of the hill. And the spread between footprints, and granted it's in mulchy, under, overburden on forest floor. So it amazing.
Yeah,
Scott?
yeah. Oh, I was going to say this one here, where we found those footprints was up a bank, and it was nearly vertical. This muddy bank, and the 15-inch footprints. It took 3 steps to go 12 feet up this bank that was almost vertical in mud. Just boom, boom, boom up the hill, and it was gone.
Right. And so, like a guy like you or I, that would be like crawling hands and knees and grabbing everything that you could to get up the side of the hill like that, and to see footprints like that, that's amazing.
Yeah. Well, actually, to see the footprints of the creature that you saw with your own eyes, that was a little more than just I saw a Bigfoot. Yeah, driving nails in it. Yeah.
So Scott, you said that there was 5 reports out of that same area. Were they all visuals or?
No. I had 2 that were tree knocks. I had 1 rocks being thrown at somebody. I had 1 couple that was picking huckleberries, and something had threw a stump over their head from about 100 yards.
Oh my gosh.
And then I can't remember what the last one was. No, the last one was it was weird. It was a tree knock that sounded like a drum roll. These people had explained to me that it was, and I equate it to chest beating, kind of a chest beating sound, is what they described to me. And when we did our investigation in that area with the huckleberries, we got the same thing happen to us that the next night. So we had kind of a chest thumping, chest beating sound, and we got a whoop recorded that night too. We didn't get the chest beating recording, but we got the whoop.
Nice.
Awesome. That's awesome. Does anybody have a question now?
Time delay.
We have Ron Moorhead has joined us in our chat room here, and welcome, Ron.
Hi, Ron.
I got in finally. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Say hi to Carrie.
Oh, she's in Seattle right now with her sister
Oh,
and
nice.
mother. Yeah. But yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. Well, shoot, Scott.
Okay. All
I
right.
want
I'm
to thank
trying.
you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your
No
time
problem.
and your knowledge and everything.
Mhm.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you, sir. I really hope
Oh, thank you.
we can all get together next year and do this.
Yes.
Yeah. I have big
Definitely.
plans for Bigfoot Fest in Wolf Creek next year, and hopefully to make it a more than a one-day event is what I'm hoping for.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Awesome. So, yeah, just keep a camping spot open for me. I'm good.
Hey, Scott, this is Ron.
Oh, hi, Ryan.
Recorded. I wonder if you would listen to it and see if it's similar to what you heard.
Okay.
I think if I can get it to play.
You should be able to.
Okay, let's see if this comes through. Can you hear anything?
I barely
turn
up my volume.
Can
That's
you
a
play it
human
again,
right
Ron?
there.
There we go.
Well, let me try to get this. That's it right there. That's done with the vocal mechanism. I mean, with their throat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was what I heard, but it was really loud. I mean, it was surprisingly loud for the
Yeah,
distance
they are
it was
loud.
away.
They got
Yeah.
quite a set of lungs, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that was we whistle through our lips. They do it through their vocal cords.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Because I knew it wasn't what I heard was very, very, very similar to that. Yes.
I think you've had quite some good adventures over there.
Yeah, we did.
I wish I got in a little bit earlier. I'd love to, because well, anyway.
All right.
Yeah, we had technical difficulties earlier today and had to do a swap over. Maybe that was the mix up on that whole thing.
You know, we're on now and everything's great. So
right on. That's awesome. So are you ready, Ron? Do you want to take over?
Well, what do you? I didn't know if you wanted a PowerPoint program, just slides, or just want me to talk and give my story and go from there.
All of the above.
Well, why don't I start with those who don't know what I represent. I represent the Sierra Sounds, where we recorded in the 70s in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California. And those sounds have been analyzed and studied quite a bit extensively. Just interviewed Dr. Curlin actually on film the other day, Professor Curlin, the University of Wyoming, and got him on film saying what he said in his report, which was given in 1978, that long ago at the University of British Columbia. And he gave his study from a year-long study on the sounds that we recorded. Al Berry is basically the guy who fostered those studies. He was the investigative reporter that we took into this camp where we'd been experiencing these beings. And that was in 1972 when he went in, and he ended up writing a book on it called Bigfoot. He co-authored it with Ann Slate. So I don't know if I need to go through all that, or because you probably got people that don't know this. So that's a little bit of background. We had a family of these things. We were interacting with them, and we ended up taking recorders back, little cassette recorders in those days, and recorded the vocalizations. They were interacting with us, and they were interacting with each other. And since then, in 2008, a Navy cryptolinguist who was retired as a cryptolinguist from the Navy named Scott Nelson, he studied the sounds, and he came back and said that they have a complex language within their sounds. And that means something very special to me. Only humans, according to Dr. Lieberman, 1968 from Brown University, are supposed to have the vocal mechanism for creating language as we're having right now, sapient sounds, and which means a complex set of words or set of words that make a sapient sentence. That's called a morpheme stream. And these things have that, at least the ones we encountered did. So I'll say this right off the bat, I don't think they're all the same. I think there are different types of these beings out there. And I can get into why I think that a little bit later. But that's how it started. And so that's, Dr. Kurland is absolutely an expert. He's written over 100 papers. And yet his findings seem to be looked over by most academia just because they can't get their head around these things being just an ape in the woods. And I think they're a lot more than that from my 50 years of doing this. And encountering them myself, interacting with them myself. And it's been quite a journey, really. So anybody has questions, just interrupt me anytime because I'm just shooting from the hip here. I didn't prepare anything, but I wasn't sure if I should. Anyway, I got to make a few statements here with professionals that have said things in the past. But this Max Planck, who is the father of quantum physics, won the Nobel Prize in 1918 for his quantum physics theory. And he said that science changes one funeral at a time. You think about that one a minute. You know, it seems like a lot of scientists have put themselves in a paradigm of believing that these things have to be an ape in the woods or something, just a normal, something that we just haven't discovered yet. And I got to say that some of them just might be just that. They might be a relic hominid, like Jeff Meldrum says. They might just be that, but there's more than one type, in my opinion. And I've interviewed people all over the world, really, and expressively for 50 years. I've been talking to people about this, and they've had a lot of different reports. So you see, I've been into Peru a couple of times, and Bolivia, and those South America places where these megalithic structures have been, and those structures were made by something with an advanced intelligence, because they were quarried miles and miles away and set up on this 13,000-foot mountain, put together like a jigsaw puzzle, and there's no mortar. You can't get a card between them. And you see that with your own eyes, and then see the skeletal remains of something that's not totally human, according to the scientists that I was with. You realize that there's been advanced intelligence on the face of this planet. And there's things that we're just not accepting, but it's coming around. I think we're in a time of enlightenment and a time of understanding. And I'm happy to be part of that, as you guys are. And it's just a fun adventure, really, to explore this phenomenon called Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. But I got to say, I just don't think they're all the same. And that's because, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. But there's just a lot going on. So are they flesh and blood? Sure, they have to be. They leave footprints, they poop, they eat, they procreate, they do what we do. But what I ask people when I do my presentation is, could there be more to them than just that? Is there more to any of us than just that? Is there something within us that's more than just flesh and blood being? Well, yes, there is. If you believe in spirituality at all, and by the way, quantum physics and spirituality are synonymous, in my opinion, because what some religions will call heaven, physicists will call another dimension. So, does that exist? According to the mathematics and physics, it does exist. So, I get into that a little bit in my presentation, and if that throws people, I hope it don't. But that's how I think now, and that's what I've been studying on, because there has to be an answer to the enigmas that's associated with these beings. How do they do what they do? How can they do that? There's so many reports all the way, mostly Native American lore and mythology has got it. They live in two worlds. What does that mean? Well, we live in two worlds, really, because energy, according to Stephen Hawkins, Professor Stephen Hawkins, cannot die. It can only transfer to another form. So if that's the case, there you go. We don't die, we just transfer form. We change something else. And if that's the case, well, what do we change to? Einstein wouldn't get into that. You know, what do you change to? So I know they have an advanced vocal mechanism. That's been shown. What the sounds they made, according to the studies we've had done, cannot be duplicated by a human being, as we know a human being. So I expect that a lot of them are just hybrid people that are part human and part another type of primate. I think the DNA has been manipulated through advanced intelligence in eons past, maybe, and these things are reclusive. They're artists at staying out of our sight and out of our way, and they don't want anything to do with us. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to do this stuff. So, anyway, I got I got a lot of stuff, and I hope I don't skip around too much, but I'll go with it here. I want to talk about Alan Berry a little bit. He's the journalist that we allowed to take in 1972, who, like I said earlier, fostered the studies on these sounds. He got Dr. Curlin to look at them unbiasedly because he just wanted someone to prove them or disprove them one way or the other. He didn't care. He was looking for a hoax, like Ivan Sanderson, when one of our members wrote Ivan Sanderson, a 23-page letter in the winter of '71. Ivan Sanderson sent that letter to Peter Byrne, who was up in Oregon at the time. Peter Byrne thought the same thing. It's got to be a hoax. These guys are just pulling somebody's leg. So anyway, Al Berry came down there thinking he was going to just trip us up or something. Interviewed us, but he wanted to go up there. So we took him in 1972, and he got captivated by it. But he was also captivated trying to figure out who was pulling our leg. This is too phenomenal that these things are interacting with humans and coming around at different times. And the only evidence they would leave is their huge footprints, or they allow us to capture their vocalizations. And that's what gets me here on this program today, is their vocalizations, because I wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for Alan Berry. He's deceased in 2012, along with a couple of the other members have passed on. And I'm not getting younger, I got to tell you that. None of us are. So I just want this story to be told the way it is. And the strangeness that went on up there, Alan told me, don't talk about that to people when you talk about this, because you lose credibility. Nowadays, I don't care, because I think I've got the science that establishes the credibility behind the different anomalies that were going on. The lights, thought we'd seen a UFO there one time. It was something big coming down from the sky that was controlled. Just as recently as 2016, I was up there, and this big bolt of light, but it wasn't shooting bolt, it was floating through the trees. You don't know what to do with that. You see it, and you just kind of wondering what's it all about. It's definitely controlled. It's not some creepy somebody out there with a flashlight running through the trees. This was I call it like a saber, or sword saber, like they had in Star Wars, except it was floating, glowing. And that was in 2016. That's the last unusual phenomena we had up there. I was up there with David Paulides in 2018. He was doing some filming of the Sierra camp because of the stories about the camp. And he's the first and only one I've ever allowed to go up there, ever taken up there to do filming like that. And he did that and put it in his Missing 411 series. So I got about a 15-minute segment in that, which kind of shows you the area of the camp, and we talk a little bit about the unusual things. But they did reproduction of this light going through, and that was quite interesting. He did it very, very well. His filmer did. So anyway, anybody wants to see that, that's a good place to see it, is on his video. So that was the last time I was up there, actually, because the whole area, California itself, was on fire pretty much when we were there. It was very smoky, and we didn't see any animal life at all during that time. And there was no Bigfoot activity, nothing strange happened. But I told David before we went up there, probably nothing strange is going to happen, because you don't walk up there trying to expose these things and expect them to come out there and wave at you. It just don't work that way. It's hard to get a picture. You just don't get that. We tried that. A lot of people say, well, if you had that much going on, you should have had a picture. Well, anybody who's been trying to do this for very long understands you just don't go out there and get a picture of these things. These things are very elusive. They're very in tune to human exploitation, and they just don't want that to happen. They don't want to be part of what we are. At least they don't seem to be. For some reason, they were interacting with us up there, and to this day, we don't really know why. We can only guess. Our guess is that they were curious at the time. We thought they were curious about it. We were very curious about them. They didn't scare us off to start with, which the sounds that you hear that Al Berry recorded in '72, and we were all recording, by the way, but those sounds could intimidate you. They're very loud, extremely loud, and right close by. And we just got this little makeshift shelter, which is questionably if it would have kept us safe, but we was all heavily armed. It's a hunting camp. That's what the camp was all about. We weren't up there looking for Bigfoot. That wasn't part of the deal. We was up there hunting. And of course, now I turned into just wanting to find out more about these giants that run around out there trying to spook us a little bit, or whatever. But we found out they weren't going to come in and tear the camp apart. We didn't get carried away like Albert Ostman did. We're safe. We got our guns. And I don't know if that deterred them or if didn't intimidate them all. Or they know what we was doing with the guns because we were bringing deer into the camp. So it's a question of what they were wanting from us or what they were doing with us. I question if they were even supposed to be doing that, but then every being on the face of this planet has a choice. You can choose to go or not go right, go left, whatever you want to do. You got a choice. Well, these things have a choice, and their choice was to interact with us during those times. And this all kind of slowed down and stopped, actually, the close-in stuff in 1976. And that's when we had to shoot a bear, which was in camp, tearing up our camp, and the horses and mules were just going crazy. So the bear wouldn't leave, and he kind of got down and came at us, which is unusual for a black bear to do. But I guess the food we brought in was just a little too much for him to ignore. So we ended up the next morning skinning him out, and that was a horrible thing, really. But I wouldn't do it again. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't shoot a bear again because he was coming towards me, shot him about 15 feet away. And so that's when the close-in stuff stopped. But there's still the anomalies that's associated with these things that are still going on. And we still hear them at a distance. My last interaction with, or not interaction, but actually listening to them, knowing one was there, was in 2011 when I was up there. And I write about that in my first book, Voices in the Wilderness. And that was a little bit of a questionable night for me as far as how brave I am, because I was by myself, and which is kind of a no-no to go into that camp by yourself. But I had a guy scheduled to go with me, and he backed out the last minute. And Scott Nelson and I had been up there, the cryptolinguist who studied them. He and I had been up there 3 times earlier that summer, spent about a week at a time, and then came out, showered, resupplied, walked back in. We was walking most of the time. And it just, nothing happened. Nothing you could solidly say that's a Bigfoot. I mean, strange things happen, but I don't just assume everything you don't understand is a Bigfoot. I mean, I want to see something, track. I want to, and I know what their chatter sounds like, and it is chatter, very rapid chatter. I know some of the tricks they pull. I know their telltale signs of the knocks and what have you. So, but nothing really definitive happened with his 3 trips. So I had to go up there and find out if these things are still around. And went up there prepared to spend 3 nights. I spent 1 night because all this stuff broke loose with me up there by myself. All I had was a little 38 with birdshot in it, and that would just scare the bear off, because they come around, you want to sting them a little bit and they'll go away. So I really didn't have protection, if you want to call a 44 Magnum protection, which I have one, but I don't haul that around. It's heavy. But anyway, I don't think I would shoot one anyway, unless it was threatening me. And they don't seem to, I've never had one charge at me, nothing like that. We've had things happen up there we don't understand, but nothing that would require us to shoot at one. And we all had that same mentality going on. I think that's what made them feel secure. I think they can read your aura, your energy that you have around you. And if that's the case, well, they knew that we weren't really wanting to do that. We were just kind of having fun. Now, Al Berry, he was up there seriously. He was really trying to find out who was tricking us. So I'm not sure he was having fun, but he was doing the job. He was really trying to figure this out. And again, he wrote that book, Bigfoot, with Ann Slate. Our story is the first 3 chapters. He talks about the lights that followed us around up there and the different things that's happened. And it's a good book if you can find one. They're all out of date now, but I've got 2, but that's here and there. Let me keep going here. So by the way, vetting is very important when you're taking somebody's story. Scott Nelson was vetted. He is a 2-time graduate of the, let's see, bear with me just a second here. He's a 2-time graduate of the Defense Language Institute of Technology, Foreign Languages. And that's put on by the Navy. And they only pick out maybe a handful of guys who apply for this. They have to have special hearing, special aptitudes for listening and understanding this stuff. And he's a 2-time graduate of that. And the guy that wrote back said that he's a 2-time graduate of this. He is more than qualified to do what he did and say what he said about these sounds. He transcribed the language and actually has it broken down into, well, I guess you could try to pronounce it, but you can't make it happen the way these things did, with the speed and the agility and plus the back and forth between 2 of them that we recorded. And so anyway, Scott Nelson was very well vetted. He talks with me occasionally at these conferences, and he's became a friend. And I was very pleased the other day to talk to Professor Curlin, who did the original studies on the sounds. Because without the science and the credibility behind the people that's doing this, you don't really have anything other than just your story. And people can believe it or not believe it, but they can't deny the professionalism that's behind this. And I think that's what gives it the credibility that it has. We knew they were doing something between themselves up there as far as communicating, but all animals communicate. You know, they do. They have their way of doing it. But only humans are supposed to communicate with language, again, like I said earlier. And we have language, and that makes these things, I'm sorry, but I think they're a hybrid. At least what we dealt with has a human attribute to them, component, I should say. And plus, the people that I've talked to over the years has had face-to-face encounters with these things say they have a very human look to them. And that's kind of interesting. I've had people that had them in the sights of their rifle, and when they seen their face, they couldn't shoot. And I had a couple of correctional officers out of Yuma Prison one time tell me they saw one when they were driving the North Gate into Yosemite up high, walk in front of their vehicle. They slowed down, and it stood there as they drove by, and it had a very disgusted look on its face, very human-like, but it's huge, barrel-chested, no neck, all that stuff. So the human hybrid is where I go, and that's with the majority of them. But again, I don't think they're all the same. And I'm going to get right into a little bit of my theory now, if you want me to. Say yes or no.
Yes.
Is anybody listening to me?
Sorry, I was muted because these ladies that just got locked out on the balcony and they were making a bunch of noise. Anyway, yeah, do what you got to do, Ron.
I just keep rolling on, so just bust in with a question anytime you want to, anybody that's listening. And
Right.
I just think there's more to life. There's more to everything than what we perceive with our eyes. We only see within certain frequencies. Nikola Tesla said that everything is frequency, energy, and vibration. And if you want to understand everything, that's what you have to get into. What is everything at the most minute level is energy. We are just energy. If you can find the vibrational frequency of that energy, you can manipulate it. And if you want to get into biblical stuff, that's how the masters do the miracles they do, because they can find the energy frequency and they can change matter. That's very kind of key to this whole thing, because I wonder, because you hear a lot of reports. I don't know, Scott, if you just came back, I see, but have you ever heard of reports just these things disappearing?
I have.
Yeah, I have for years. I used to throw those people out with a baby water, you know.
Yeah,
'Cause-
no, I have,
yeah, how,
and I've heard other things too. Just to throw something in here, when I was working with the Miwok tribe, they have a legend that everywhere Bigfoot goes, a light follows.
mhm.
What does that mean? Is it an orb following them? What
Well, I
is
think,
it? You know,
yeah, I don't know what that means, but I
yeah.
mentioned earlier they live in two worlds according to Native mythology. And what does that mean? We live in two worlds, I think. We are spiritual beings, like it or not. Our energy doesn't die, it passes on. So we are more than just flesh and blood. And I ask people, could these things be more than just flesh and blood? So I think they probably are. And I think there's an attribute to them that we are still delving into, trying to understand. I get into that with my Quantum Bigfoot book. And my 50 years of doing this has kind of led me to believe that there has to be a science behind what they do. How do their trackways just stop? And again, I've talked to researchers, I know some of them very well, that just throw those people out when they say the trackway just stopped. Well, I looked around, I had that happen to me and Scott both. And my daughter had just saw one that morning. We weren't at camp, but we were just a few miles from camp where these things can be and have been seen before. And we found the trackway, and the trackway was very deep. We couldn't even make an impression that these things their density is so huge. They can really tracks, as you guys I'm sure know. But then the tracks just stopped, and we found several of them along a very nice bipedal trackway. And I started looking up in the tree where did it go. I looked for boulders it could have jumped to. I looked for anything within 30, 40 feet or where that thing could have went to, but it just stopped. The trackway just stopped. So there's a mystery for you. How did that happen? Where it just disappeared? A helicopter come down and pick it up? Maybe that's what happened. Men in black? I don't know. However, I think it's all got to do with density. They are very dense. Their muscle mass has to be huge. But how do they stop making a trackway? Because energy is not dense. And if they can somehow change their mass to energy through the vibrational frequency, I get into that with my book and my thoughts, because they have a unique vocal mechanism that can make frequencies that we are unable to obtain. It's just like our eyes, we only see within certain frequencies, and yet there's all these other frequencies out there that we don't see. I believe they can somehow go from our third dimension density, which we're in right now, and we're in a linear time frame, which according to physics doesn't exist. Everything's in the now. And I get a little deep, so just pull me back if you want to. But it's exciting to me. I really feel like I'm onto something here, because I've had, well, you guys know who Thinker Thunker is. Do you know who Thinker Thunker is? He did a 20-minute analysis on the sounds. And I'm trying to right now, and Dr. Curley might be helping me, get that professionally corroborated or kicked out, one or the other. But he said that our sounds, they can do 5 octaves in one tone. And he's got that on a spectrograph. And if that's true, that knocks it out of the park. I mean, we as humans and any animal can only do 3 octaves in one tone. So if these things are able to do that, you wonder just what kind of flexibility they have with their vocal mechanism. Can they really reach frequencies above and below what we don't hear? And does that frequency actually change matter? It's a good question, and I think that something we don't know. We were not recording infrasound or ultrasound. We just had cassette recorders in those days. I'm going to switch gears here just a little bit. I'm sure you guys know about the Commander Fravor, who videoed the UFO off the coast of San Diego. You've seen that, I think. Now the military is acknowledging UFOs. Our president has started a space force, fixing to anyway. UFOs and aliens have been coming around for eons. And again, like I say, when I was in Peru and Bolivia, I've seen their remains. I know, like I said, I've seen this stuff. So it's happened. And I think that's happening now. You get up into Montana, Joe Hauser's Vortex Place, he sees UFOs quite regularly in and out that Columbia Mountain up there. And in fact, I'm going to go see him Monday. And if somebody's flying those things, and I think it's pretty remiss of us if we ignore aliens, because to think that we're the only intelligent life in the universe, I think that's a big waste of space.
I agree.
It's like that one. That's pretty good. There's a lot of space out there, and we are not the only intelligent life. We couldn't be. These things are visiting our Earth. Why is a question. I got a few ideas about that. I think they enjoy our density. I think we are here as people to elevate our vibrational frequency, because when you get your personal vibration frequency high enough, you don't get sick anymore. You understand more. I think they could enjoy this density that we're in, the three-dimensional density. Somehow, in order to travel the way they do through space, they have to go through as energy. Einstein said nothing will go faster than the speed of light. Well, he's wrong. Matter can't, but your thoughts can, and they do. So that's been established scientifically through physics. And so if things can go faster than the speed of light, at least energy can, and time doesn't exist in space as we perceive it here on Earth. I'm rattling on, but let me stay focused a little bit. I lose everybody. If there's anybody listening to me now, I don't know. I'm usually better structured than this, but I wasn't sure what was happening today.
We weren't sure this morning when we started this whole thing.
Let me make another quote here by Edgar Mitchell. He was an astronaut, Dr. Edgar Mitchell. He says there's no unnatural or supernatural phenomenon, only very large gaps in our knowledge of what is natural. We should strive to close those gaps of ignorance. I kind of like that statement. I don't know why this isn't working. Something else that was said by Edgar Mitchell. He says it takes classical and quantum sciences together to have clear perception. Like that one? I like that one. So anyway, we got to study all these things. We got to study history. You got to study the bigger picture. I think we have a tendency in our little lifespan here to be in a bubble and not understand what's really gone on in the past and what this Earth is all about. And not that I know it all, I certainly don't, but sometimes I think I do. Is anybody listening to me that does not believe in aliens?
Anybody in here? No.
Anybody?
We
Speak
all
up, or forever hold your peace.
right. You don't get out of here.
Well, anyway, I think that advanced intelligence has manipulated the DNA of primates. And
yeah, look at it. It's one big universe.
Yeah, it is. One big universe. In fact, how big? I asked that group of scientists I'm involved with when I said, somebody out there tell me what the end of the universe looks like and how far does it go? That'll open your mind up. I've thought about that since I was a little kid. Yeah, where's it go? What is it? You can't just say nothing, because nothing is something. Lions prove that. You guys join in with me here.
That's opening up Pandora's box there.
Oh boy. Anyway, my idea of quantum physics and spirituality are synonymous. So I got into the science of quantum physics. Al Berry said, whatever you do, stay with science, because otherwise you're going to lose credibility. Well, I had to tell people how these things happened up there, because we experienced some things that just around these big-footed beings that were just not answerable by classical science. Classical science is predicated on everything measurable and predictable, physical and material. Quantum science is not. And that's why Max Planck, he came up with that, and like I said, got the Nobel Prize in 1918 for quantum physics. But most of science is based on classical science, which is the Newtonian physics only. And like Edgar Mitchell said, you have to have both those sciences together, classical and quantum sciences, to have clear perception. And he knew some things. A lot of these astronauts have seen some things up there that they're just not coming out with. Of course, Edgar Mitchell has passed away now. So, but he has got some interesting YouTube channels, as you can see, where he talks about this stuff. And so anyway, what do you want to know? I'll just jabber on, you guys. Come on, tell me. What do you want to know?
Jabber on. You got any video, audio?
I got a lot of audio. Yeah.
You want to hear?
You want to hear some?
Sure.
I heard Scott's talk about chest beating earlier. Let me find one of those. They're very aggressive sounding. Let's see. How about this is this is called rapid fire. It's how fast they chatter. And this is about 1 minute and 20 seconds long. So see if you can hear this.
Cheers. Interesting.
Well, there's a little rapid chatter. That was two of them having a little confrontation. We're not sure at the time if they were arguing who's going to eat us first or who's getting the leftover spam we had out. But
oh man,
those sounds have been. That's one of the bites that Dr. Curlin analyzed, and he shows they're inside and outside the human range. There's words and sounds in there that are within our human spectrum, but there's also sounds that are outside of our average human range. And anyway, there were two of them there. We had a sound specialist named Nancy Logan listen to this in the late 90s. And she's one of only 10 in the state of California at that time, court certified in several languages as an interpreter. And that's pretty unique, really. So she listened to them and she said that she challenges any human to try to make those sounds because you just can't do it. And of course, if you had Dr. Curlin's analysis saying they weren't speeded up, they weren't slowed down, they were spontaneous. If they weren't spontaneous, it would have been a 60-cycle hum showing pre-recording or re-recording at altered speed. So none of that took place with these sounds. And so anyway, it's quite unique, I think, what we encountered. Again, I don't know why we encountered them or what it's all about, unless I could be on programs like this to try to help clarify some of the mysteries behind them. There was a time up there when we thought our camp was being tore apart. We could hear the cans from the barrels we had packed in on the mules being rummaged, everything being tossed around. And we look out there later when the commotion stopped and nothing changed. How do you explain that? There's no explanation for that, really, unless you want to get into the quantum aspect of it. One time we thought there was a herd of horses coming down at the camp. Well, that wasn't happening. There was not a herd of horses up there. We had our horses tied up, but not a herd of horses. So you got all this stuff going on. at different times, and it just throws a little curve into your what you thought was reality.
Right.
And it's quite the subject that we're involved in, you guys. So I think we're ready for a big surprise, because I think our world and us, especially with this virus going on right now, we're in for a big change, and not because of the virus necessarily, but because of our just what we're doing. We're really screwing up the earth. You know, we're messing it up, and these things, aliens, again, are coming in. I think they're going to expose themselves to us more than they already have, and I think probably Bigfoot might do the same thing if they are a product of alien intervention into a genome of an animal or a primate. And of course, you know, this goes all the way back into biblical history. When you get into Genesis, it talks about fallen angels or aliens. I just call them aliens, and most people will listen to me then. But aliens inbreeding into the human genome to corrupt the human genome, because we are special. And I like to say that to people. I think the human race is very special, and we've been given this earth to take care of it and to be, we have dominion on it, basically. These things know that. I don't think they're supposed to interfere with us. Aliens know that, but we are given to a time when I think if something don't interfere with us, we're going to destroy ourselves.
Right. We're definitely reaching crossroads where, yeah, I think that whatever it is that is out there that's, you know, watching over us is definitely going to at some point intervene in what we've got going on here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I say there's I think there's good ones and there's bad ones. Depends on what made them, basically what started them eons ago. There's some that not like humans, because again, I think there's different types, and some of them have different agendas than others. But they all have to stay away from us. We have our own karma, our own choices to make. They can't interfere with that. If you have a cleaned up pineal gland where you can listen to these things, because again, you've heard of these people mind speak. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me, but I see how it could happen, because it's how telepathy works. It's how a lot of things work that we don't see with our eyes, but it's part of us. If these things have that same attribute, they can communicate with people who have a decalcified pineal gland. That's another little thing I say, which gets a lot of attention. But I think our fluoride will coat that thing, and we just don't have the intuition. But a lot of us have intuition, especially women. Women seem to have better intuition than men. You know, I used to ask my mother, ha ha, Cindy, I can see that. Is that the right finger? What finger are you sticking up there? There it is. Okay, thumb. I like that. Anyway, they can, so they call it mind speak. I call it quantum entanglement, because they can entangle your thoughts. But then you got to analyze, is something really telling me that, or am I imagining that? You know,
Right.
It's something to.
I got into researching scalar energy and how that works out and stuff, and connecting with that and all that research and everything that I did on scalar energy kind of opened a window, maybe trap door. I don't know. It spurred something deep in me, and now I'm head deep in paranormal investigating, and I get sometimes some weird messages in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping. My wife does that, and she gets them all the time.
That's when Tesla got his answers. You wake up, you know, and that's how you can get your answers, because your mind is so analytical during the day. You're trying to figure everything out, where you're going to go, what you're going to do. You don't have that when you fall into the theta state of sleep, and you go from the beta state, which we're in right now, to the alpha state, which is you're drifting off, but you're not asleep, but you're not awake, and then you get into the theta state, which is really where you get a lot of your stuff. But then you get into the deeper the delta stage, and that's when you're in a different dimension. Then let's put it that way.
Right. That's where astral travel, astral projection, and stuff like that happens, and lucid dreaming.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And you've had deja vus. All of us have had that. How do you explain deja vu? I used to wonder, how does that happen? Years and years ago, I was just a young man. I knew somebody that, and I knew who it was going to be, was going to walk through the door and say a certain thing. And sure enough, it happened. And I thought, because I've had this before, I thought, if I can just not start analyzing and thinking, I could maybe catch more of what's fixing to happen.
Right? Maybe I can interact with what I've.
Yeah. Would that be great? But that's because time as we perceive it doesn't exist. And how do you go through a whole night of dreaming about something, and all of a sudden in your dream somebody's knocking at your door, and somebody really is knocking at your door right that exact same moment? Well, time doesn't exist. It's all in the now. And that's hard to understand. It's hard to get your head around some of this stuff because you have to just conceive it, because you won't ever see it. That's the problem with quantum physics, is something you don't see. And it's just something you have to conceive, like the end of the universe. There is no end. So where do you go with that?
Right. Mm-hmm. Most people need something tangible that they can put their hands on.
They think they do. Yeah. But we are a complex being, the human race. And I think that's something very special for us. I think it's very important that, I mentioned this earlier, that we continue to try to raise our vibrational frequency. You do that through meditation. Some people pray. That's asking for something. But meditation is when you're just calm. You're just trying to receive something. And you can receive if you open up your mind and just relax, and you will raise your vibrational frequency. And I think that's where the masters have done. They've raised their frequency so high that they can see things that we don't see, and know things that we just don't understand how they know that, how they do what they do. So anyway, I think that's our goal here on Earth, is to be condition ourselves to get better and better. And you do that through trying to be happy about everything that happens, and don't let things get you down. This is a philosophy now. I'm not off a Bigfoot subject, but it kind of relates if Bigfoot is part human like us, if he is a hybrid. And I do believe that a lot of them are just that. I think a lot of them have been diluted down from crossbreeding with indigenous people. They become more human-like than others, and others are just what they are. I'm not sure what we were dealing with up there was what you'd call a Patterson-type being, because these things were huge. They were much bigger than Patty. At least the average one was, I'd say 18, 19-inch footprint. However, we did find some little 9-inch tracks in the snow up there one year, along with an 18-inch track. But there's other tracks that were bigger, and they were all splayed, big 5-toed tracks, and over the years. So, yeah, you get people who study tracks, and they gauge all your tracks by what the Patterson track looked like, because everybody believes the Patterson track is an actual Bigfoot, which we all think that, I think. At least I do. I think that was a real Bigfoot walking through the Bluff Creek there. And that track, though, is different. It looks very, very human-like. It's got an better arch. It's got the mid-tarsal break. Ours were just different, and over the years. So, again, I don't know that all of them can talk like ours talk. I think a lot of them just yell and scream for a mate or a child that's maybe in the woods, or they want to scare you off by throwing a rock. We've had rocks thrown, not so much at our camp, but when Alberry and I were off on another expedition with some other guys who said these things are out there, they've been seeing them. I believe they had way back in the woods, and all of a sudden we were sitting around a fire, and this rock comes whirling by us like an arrow. Hit this tree 30 feet high, and it was a big rock. And that's a little bit concerning, because they could hit you if they wanted to. So what are they saying? What does that mean? It probably means they got a little one around, get away.
Little one.
That's what I think.
Makes sense.
Say what?
That makes sense.
Well, it would, yeah. I mean, that's what my mother would have done if somebody come after me. Throw a rock at them. I don't know. Anyway, I got more sounds. You're going to hear any more.
Yeah, go ahead and play them up.
Oh, let's see. Let me pull one out here.
We got time.
How much time I got?
You got you got another 15 minutes on schedule, but I'm gonna wrap this up at 6 o'clock, so my time. So you actually have a little over half an hour. And we can do Q&A, and then we can do like group.
Yeah, I like that idea. Group and questions. I love questions because some of them I just can't answer, but I love them anyway.
Right. You're like, I don't.
Here's a sequence, a rhythmic sequence. By the way, the tree popping, I've never seen one hit a tree. You hear about tree knocking. However, I've recorded them knocking on trees, banging rocks together. I've got that. I'll play for you in a minute if you want me to. This is called the rhythmic sequence, and these are all on the CDs that I've produced. Not all of them. I got a lot of sounds, but these are here we go. Well, I don't know what that was all about. We didn't see him slapping, but you know, it sounded like he was slapping something, his legs, or maybe he was thinking about a certain song he'd heard someone play. I don't know. Let's see. Let me get a. I got a lot of hours of sounds. Here's one I'll play for you. This is a. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right one. I know. Here's a rocks popping. You want to hear rocks popping? This is rhythmic. Before that, I'm going to play the whooping. If you've heard any of this, Scott, let me know. This whooping. These are different type of whoops. I think their whooping sounds are related to each other and singling each other, because a lot of times they'll do that before they start their chatter just to see what our reaction might be.
What?
Oh gosh, I shouldn't have done that. You know, that's not the one I was trying to get. That's my whooping interaction. Here's just the whoops, which I think that's what I... You hear the different types of whoops there were there? Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Still didn't lose anybody there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm working on something. I've got one for you.
Okay, good.
Let's see if I can play it. If I can get it to play. Can you guys hear that? No?
No.
Okay. Hold on. Let me work on it here. Hold on. I'll work on it. Go ahead.
Okay. You've heard the samurai cry, guys, have you?
Yep.
Yeah. I could play that, but that's Matt Moneymaker actually coined that for me in 1995, I think it was, when he came up to see me. And that's just before he started BFRO. And actually, that's how Scott Nelson, cryptolinguist, found us. His son was looking for a project, and he started tuning into Bigfoot sites and for a school project. And he heard these sounds on the BFRO network and BFRO.org. And that's when he made contact with me and Al Berry both, and came out all the way from Missouri, where we were teaching foreign languages at the time, and interviewed us. And we felt like he was sincere and certainly had credentials, so we let him go with it. That was a short one, so I'll just throw that in. Here's one. Oh, I'm not finding the ones I want here. Must be a different place. Okay. Here's one called the Apollo. This one, this is the night I got to see one, by the way. This is right after the Samurai Cry. This thing was whipping around through the trees. We feel like there was a big male there. We felt like there was a female and an adolescent down below us by the creek. And this was up behind me. And I call it the Apollo question because it sounds like he's trying to ask me something, and I don't know what it is, but I was responding to him and getting a little bit bold myself. This is the first time they really interacted with us like this when we're outside the shelter. Usually they waited till we're inside before they'd start carrying on. Here we go.
Wow.
That was a night quite an exciting night, really. I got to, I'll play the Samurai Cry here, it's looped.
Are you all right? You don't look so well. Your face has gone pale. What's wrong?
Oh, normal.
No, it's okay.
You ready, Scott? You got one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let me see if this will play now.
What's that? Scott and Ron together?
Oh, we got everybody. We're gonna do the roundup wrap up here in a little while, and
I don't know if you're hearing that.
No.
Are you hearing? No.
Nope.
Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen and do it that way.
My new program that I present now actually is called A Step Beyond, and it's about possible alien connection with these beings. And the aliens have been here, it's now being acknowledged. So my question is, what are they here for? Is there the whole MUFON group thinks that there's a hybridization program going on. There are a lot of people that claim they've been kidnapped or taken away. And actually, I've seen an operation that Dr. Lear performed on 17 different, well, I've just seen one of them, but he claimed 17 different people that claimed they've been kidnapped. They had an implant in them, and he removed that. That was quite interesting. He's passed away now, but that is part of L.A. Mazula, one of his DVDs that he made, and you can see the operation in it. But my question is, are they acclimating the species to do? Why are they doing that? Bigfoot's definitely acclimated. Maybe they need this planet. Are they helping us? Are they here for the minerals? They just want to experience our 3D environment and our density. I tend to think that because everything wants to raise their vibrational frequency. I mean, everybody should. Makes you a better person. And if these things have the desire to elevate themselves to get better, they can do that through proper decisions. And that's how what we have to do is make good decisions. And when you make a decision based on compassion, it helps you get better. When you do it in hate and harm, then it makes you go down. So it's not Sunday, I know, but there's your there's a little bit of preaching going on. Sorry. But they've been here before. They're here now. They envy humans, I think, and want everything that Earth has to offer. Except we're screwing it up, like I said before.
Yeah. Global warming and everything else is involved in all of that. And
I think we'll have our planet. It's going to get saved.
I have faith in that one.
Gotta have. What else we got to think about?
Okay, I think I got my thing so you can hear it maybe, but we recorded this right after a couple had got were in the huckleberries and they got a stump thrown at them. That night we went out and hung out in the huckleberry patch, and this is what we recorded. Oh, come on.
Wow.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, time for questions.
Time for questions. Does anybody have a question for Ron? One more head. Anybody? Andrew.
I can tell you my perspective. Oh, got a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. Who has a question? I have a question.
Cindy, you got a question?
I do. Yeah, before you made your recordings, the Sierra sounds, did you give much thought to Sasquatch or Bigfoot?
No. No.
So when you first heard the sounds, I mean, where did your mind go? What did you think?
This is pretty interesting. Do I have to shoot, or are we gonna walk out of this alive? It's hard to say where your mind is, because I really, the guys had already been up there before, and nothing had happened to them. So I didn't have maybe the fear that you would expect when I heard these things, because I'd already heard what they had told me. And but it's still, we're looking for the ape, unidentified ape, and that's what we were thinking was out there, but we had no idea of just how significant they are and how sapient they are, because I think they're sapient beings like we are, and not like we are, but we think we're the smartest creatures on this planet. I think they think that we think we're smarter than them.
Right.
And I just don't think that's so true. These things outfox you. They seem to know ahead of time what you're fixing to do. We could rig up a camera trap and then go around it a different way. Either they watch us and they said, I don't like that black thread 6 feet high, so I'm going to go this other way. We lost 3 cameras up there that got hit off the tree trying to capture a picture. That's what everybody seems to think we should have done. Otherwise, it's a fake. Well, it's not a fake. This truly did happen. And a lot of other things happened up there too. It's just a unique story, and actually we're trying to tell it now in a film that I'm trying to produce. See if that takes place.
Yeah, look forward to seeing that.
That's awesome.
I do too.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I've been after, producers have been after me for a long time to do this, but they always want to tell me what to say, tell me what to do, and it takes me out of the what I am. And this one they wanted to take me clear around the world with a team of people looking for Bigfoot, and I said, why do that? We got these things right here in the Pacific Northwest, and you don't need to have a budget like that, and you don't need, but they think they know the demographic that is wanting a certain thing, so they want to fall into that thing, and it's a perception. So like Finding Bigfoot or one of these shows, but that's not what I'm all about. I think they're more deep. They're deeper than that. They're more cognizant than that. These things are just the ones we encountered. I know where I can't talk for everything else that goes on everywhere else, but these are unique entities on the face of this planet, and I need to get that story across. And at least I know some of them are. Again, they're not all the same, in my opinion. But I have a perspective. Humans are three-dimensional beings. You want to hear this? We know that, don't we? We live in a three-dimensional environment. Quantum physics says there's 11 dimensions, so the math of it does. Now, by the way, the only way you disprove that is disprove it mathematically. That's not been able to happen. No physicist on this planet's ever been able to disprove that. So if that's the case, then can these things actually change their vibrational frequency to dematerialize? Because I've also heard so many reports, I used to throw those out the window too, that these things disappeared right in front of their eyes. And I know some people very, very well who would not be pulling my leg at all, but they seen the cloaking thing. And then actually in that David Pilates 411 movie that I'm in, the lady right after me has another section too who saw this, and they recreated that pretty well. And she was at a tree, waiting for hunting and tree stand, and she saw this energy floating from one tree to another. And that's interesting, because that's just what I've heard so many times. And I've seen pictures, other pictures of real pictures. This woman walking through the forest, and her cat was acting strange. She was walking with her cat, and all of a sudden she just started panning her camera around, and bam, you see this pixelization type fluttering going on. And you got to question, what is that? There's things we just don't see in our light frequency that we live in. I say light because it's like sound too. We only hear within certain frequencies. You only see within certain frequencies. Everything is energy, frequency, vibration, basics. And when you really start looking into that, you can answer some of these questions, and you won't throw these people out with a baby water. There may be something to it. So I start looking into that, and I think, well, there's a fourth dimension. Anybody here believe in ghosts? Oh, we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, good. Well, I think it's our energy that has not got to a high enough vibration to excel into another dimension. They're stuck within the fourth dimension plasma field of energy. And you can see them sometimes depending on temperature, because the temperature will let you see some of those things. Right? Most of the stuff happens at night. Our vibrational frequency will change at night, and it becomes closer to what the Earth is at night. And you put all this stuff together, and it starts to kind of create a picture for you that maybe that's why these things are able to interact with people more in the nighttime, is because you're more relaxed. You're into that alpha state, of awareness. And that may be why they're able to communicate with some people during the evening time at night. You got the witching hour, between 2 and 4. So anyway, I got a whole bunch of stuff here, but I'd rather answer questions if there are any. See if I can just say I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I did have one. Where you guys recorded those sounds, I got a question. Were you guys in the woods for like how long before these things started interacting with you? Like, were they staying there at a constant time, but they got used to you and they finally came close to you guys? What I'm trying to saying, were you there for weeks before that happened, or did
I understand. And the camp had been there since 1958.
Wow.
And things that happened before that, in retrospect, they think may have been Bigfoot related, but they just put it off to a bear or something else. These guys weren't looking for Bigfoot. They're Warren Lewis Johnson. They've been hunting there since 58. And this didn't start happening until 1971, and that's the year I started going in, because one of the guys got scared off. He not the Johnson, but a different guy, part of the hunting group, and he would not go back by himself. The guys were a day late coming out. The women were all worried that something had happened to them because they didn't know if they don't know what they're dealing with. We still don't know what we're dealing with, but it's big and it's monster sounding. So he wouldn't go by himself. So he asked me to go with him, and I went with him. Got up and got in there. About killed me getting in there because we walked, and it's about an 8-mile trek into this elevation is 8,400 feet of the camp. And anyway, they were okay, and that's when I've seen my first track. The sounds that we were hearing, I didn't hear then because I came back out. They were packing up to leave, but I started going back with them then, and that's when we took tape recorders and started doing that. No, you could go back in there. We weren't there for weeks at a time. You didn't do that. You need to shower before then. So you just don't take enough supplies for that. But what would happen is a lot of times it happened the very first night you're there. Sometimes it happened second night, third night, something like that. It depends on what they wanted because it's their time. It's their timetable. They either interact with you or they don't. They're either going to deal with you or they're not. You can't make it happen. You just got to be still and let it happen. I found too when they started doing their big cracks of a limb or their big whooping sounds or whatever, just be still. That's what I did that night when I got to interact with them. Just be still, paid no attention to them. They start coming in closer and doing different things. And that was the first night Bill and I got there. In fact, these things had got there before us. They must have knew who we were and where we were going. And I got that evidence, very sound evidence that's true. And nobody's tricking us. Let's put that off the table because nobody's tricking us. And I write about that in my book, Voices in the Wilderness. So that was really unique. That happened in 1974. But we got to camp, and before we ever got in the shelter, Bill was putting away the animals, and we unpacking their food, and I started stove a fire and started doing all that. And that's when they start cracking big limbs. I mean, they're big limbs. They're not just some little deer stepping on a twig. These things are definition. And then you start hearing whoops, then you hear some rock pounding sounds, which I was going to find that for you, wasn't I? And the rhythmic sounds of back and forth. And that's before they ever started chattering. Because I think they wanted to see what we're going to do. And we just be still. Just keep doing what we're doing. Act like you don't care. And when you do that, then they're going to mess with you maybe a little bit more. But if you start shining a flashlight out there, start yelling at them, they're going to be gone. At least ours were. I would do it in a minute. You started shining lights and yelling at them. And especially if you pick up a gun like Lewis did one time, walked out there and nothing else happened the whole weekend. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, it did. That's awesome. Because that's something I do. And something you talked about earlier, about meditation is I go into the woods, and if you just sit down and listen for any amount of time, you start hearing things you've never heard before. The woods kind of come alive if you can just be still and listen. Because while you're hiking and stuff, you don't hear anything. But if you sit down and just be quiet.
I've done that so many times, and it's so awesome. It's just like you're part of it then, and be still. I've had deer walk right up to me. I've had bear come very close to me until they smell me, then they shoot off. It's awesome. What I tell people too is when you hear the sound of silence, that's a telltale sign these things might be around. When the frogs stop, when the crickets stop, everything stops. That's what we notice too. These things we just that's a sign that they might be around. Birds, no birds. Everything gets scared off. Cindy asked me something.
I was just noticing that Scott, it was bright when we started, and now there's you're in pitch black out there. Sorry.
Crickets have come out, the stars, and where's the campfire and guitars?
Where are you, Scott? Where are you?
He's in Maine.
I'm in Maine. I'm
Oh.
3 hours ahead of you guys. So
Yeah, it's the sun's still shining here in Washington.
Yes,
yeah.
Oregon too.
Here.
Yeah.
I got a couple hours of maybe prospecting after this.
Mhm.
I want to thank you guys for joining today and all the information and knowledge that you guys have shared with everybody that came and went today on the internet, practicing social distancing like champions like Sasquatch.
Yeah, cheers.
Right.
Thank you, Andrew, for supplying this whole thing for us. And I can't wait for next year. How about you guys?
Yeah,
We'll make it big. I'm going to make it big.
do it.
We're going to start this next week.
We were targeting, we were going to have about 700 people here this time. So,
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's COVID.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I had several, well, all these things that got canceled.
Yeah.
I was scheduled that, and this
Yeah.
Zoom thing like this is what's looks like this might be coming to it, but it's not near as good as in person. You know, when you can
Right.
talk to
Right.
the people, you can hear their stories, and you can communicate better. You get a larger audience too, because
Much larger.
this is the best we can do with what we got.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
appreciate being on with you guys. It's an honor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good seeing you guys.
Have you on with us, Scott, Cindy, Ron Meyer. He's here somewhere. His camera's on.
Yeah.
Shane's having computer issues, so he's watching this on his phone, I guess.
Oh, hey Ron.
Thank you.
Oh no, Shane was the one with the computer issues, so he's watching on his phone.
Oh, okay.
Is
Hey,
that right?
thank you for all your knowledge and thank you for joining us today. Amazing stuff. Super happy.
Well, all right.
Anybody else have?
Happy's good. Yeah.
Happy's good. Yeah.
Right. See it.
Yeah.
Let me take a look over here on this other laptop and see if there's questions in the YouTube chat room. And I have nothing. I have a social squash that says, "Hey Cindy."
Social Squatch. I don't know who that is.
Yep, it's just social squatch. Hey Cindy.
Okay. Tell him to private message me. I want to know who it is.
Right? Like, give us something.
Right. That's funny.
Um,
Yeah, thanks for putting this on, Nick.
Actually, you're welcome. Thank you for joining. And actually, Andrew here, it says his name underneath my face here, but Andrew is actually the one to thank. He put this whole thing together. I just kind of grease the wheels and make it roll down the road.
I'd like to see
Thanks,
Andrew.
Andrew.
Make him show his face.
Yeah. Is he hiding? There he is.
Okay,
Hey,
he's got a
Andrew.
beard too. He's a little whiter than yours, though.
Yeah, he's got a couple years on me.
Unfortunately, I've been in the kitchen all morning and all day. So
Are you a cook also, Andrew?
Cook master today, and you're taking care of the smoker.
He has to. Yeah.
Smells amazing, by the way. You guys are missing out.
it's great to see all of you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year for sure.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Stay safe, and hopefully we can get through this COVID thing together, and we're doing it, and we can get.
Right, cut out.
I definitely want to join in like a group Sasquatch hunt. I got thermal. I got some infrared. I got microphones.
Come up to Bend.
let's do it.
Okay.
I have a trip to Salem for, I'm going to help a family out up in Salem with some paranormal stuff. Hopefully we can maybe pass a spirit or two on. That's really what it sounds like to me. That just whatever's there just needs to have
Move on.
You know, that's my whole mission with what I do. I want to be the greatest light worker in the world, and just these spirits that are here that are mingling around and interacting with us sometimes probably shouldn't be here. There's
They
a greater
need to raise their frequencies to get into the fifth dimension.
Yeah.
They're hanging out in the fourth, you know,
Mhm.
and that's where you see the cloaking of Sasquatch is in the fourth before they get into the other one. The some of them. I got to back up and say some of them. They're not all the same.
That's right. And again, I want to say thank you, Scott, Ron Moorhead, Cindy. Shelly was with us earlier. Thank you, Shelly, if you're watching from somewhere else. Shane, you're watching. Thank you very much. Ron, you're also watching too.
Jason.
Alan, thank you both for all your wonderful. And Jason Wells, thank you for your wonderful presentation. He came in at the last minute. True blessing to fill in some time that I really desperately needed to fill. Thank you, Cindy, for getting that all set up.
No worries, anytime.
Amazing. Next year will not be so last minute. And have this all together, and I will make it a weekend event. Pioneer Days, Bigfoot Fest, and some paranormal, extraterrestrial connections. We'll make this happen.
Sounds good.
Thank you all. God bless you, and stay safe out there. Scott, stay safe out there.
I will.
Take care, everybody. Good night.
Right. Good night.
I sent you a Facebook friends request on for you, Ron. For some reason, you pop up as somebody that I should be already connected with, and I don't know why I haven't sent that out, but I'm going to now.
What's your name? It's not Andrew, right?
My name is not Andrew. My name is Nick Davis. My name is Nick Davis, and I am owner and camera and investigator for Jefferson.
For who? Oh.
So I will send you. I send you a friend's request, and that should link you straight to my Facebook page, and then my Instagram is also connected to all of that too. So,
alrighty, good to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, sir, and Cindy. Love you, sweetheart.
All right, I'll see everybody later. Thank you.
Take care.
I'm gonna log us all out of here and close us all up. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye, Cindy.